You're welcome.
How
just started blasting.
unfortunate. Fucking chibi-doki. That do be accurate, though.
What are you talking about? Well, did you post? Once you post and refresh, it should be there. And the best indication is you should have a profile preloaded and refreshed to make sure that you're red. As long as you're circle red, you're alive. So you should have a producer. You should have your profile page, your Twitch dashboard, YouTube dashboard, Kick dashboard.
I'll dash your board.
Did you download the multi alert? Okay. No, I'm just
Did you download the multiverse?
Because I came to the conclusion that you needed to download another bot. Called?
The CWC bot?
Yeah, watch your mouth. That is a curse bot. Do not download.
Quick, say God bless you to Nico so he doesn't sneeze.
Do you have StreamerBot downloaded? Okay, yeah, you're gonna need to download that in order for that thing I gave you. If you want to use that, you're gonna have to download. But hey, did you guys know Cat's live everywhere? Make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell.
The Taco Bell bell?
No, the lava chicken bell.
Chicken jockey.
Chicken jockey. That's actually a surprisingly good movie.
Yeah, Minecraft was pretty good. I enjoyed it.
It was a fun movie.
I think it was fun because we were there too.
Yeah, so I was about to say, nowadays, movies is more about the company that you bring to it.
I usually bring my kid to it.
It gives it that mystery science theater feel, you know?
Yeah, dude. I miss that shit.
I usually bring Jin to it, and then he makes me hold all of the concessions.
Oh, shit.
You should start eating all the concessions.
I do. Like, he'll give me his candy to hold, and I'm like just eating his candy. He's like, "Dad, that's mine." And I was like, "Well, you should have gave it to me. It's mine now."
There you go.
Yeah, I thought that's
Father tax.
God.
Jin, I'm gonna teach you about taxes. You get to keep 40% of it. And I will take 60% of your candy. Well, you didn't hand it over right away, so there's a 10% late fee. At that point, I'm pretty sure Jin would just murder you in your sleep.
Probably.
I just wake up and he's just at the.
You didn't say please, father.
I was about to say that. By the way, we're live.
No. He'll say it in Japanese.
Oh my wa, mo wa shinderu.
Benihana, Mitsubishi, Toyota.
Sashimi.
Where do I get D20s, Cad?
You're getting one tomorrow.
Defend partition headquarters.
So what type of D20 you looking for, though?
Just get a D10 tomorrow.
The ether converter from Cordial Call 1.
Good D.
No, you won't.
You wouldn't do that. I'll
It'll
use it
roll
You don't
against you.
grant. You don't grant advantage.
That's
Even
my
worse.
job.
Can't believe Thora shook that small child.
God.
You can say deserved all you want, Cad.
Doesn't make it true. He wasn't lying, though. In what world is Timmy not a nickname?
But it's not his birth name, Bob, therefore he lied.
My, it's not.
So your name's not Bob D. Molasses?
It is not.
I'm
What's
sure
next? Are you going to tell me that Trubs' name isn't Troubly Birdman?
No, that one's actually true.
Okay, good. Surely Danger Creamy's real name is Danger Creamy.
Only part of that name is actually mine.
It's the danger part.
Nope.
It's the danger part. It's crazy.
I am not dangerous.
Creamy's name is
at all.
actually dangerously creamy.
It's dangerously creamy.
Cream is in my name.
Gotta rise like the cream of the crop.
Rises it up. Oh yeah.
You know what they use cream for, though?
And let me tell you something else, brother.
Making cheese.
I'm gonna cheese you.
That's a sin. That's sin.
That's why I couldn't do it. I mean,
Look, Creamy, be glad that I'm not going to Anime NYC because you would just wake up with a slice of cheese thrown on your forehead.
Look, as long as I'm not eating it, it's fine. Or if
no,
it's the stinky
schedule.
cheese that smell, that would also be a problem. But
No, it's the
Doesn't give you
fake
that
processed
tremendous
American cheese.
oh, that doesn't smell
I
that
can
bad.
buy-
That doesn't. It's those artisanal cheeses that smell like feet and ass.
Later.
My,
Have fun,
Bye.
Torres.
he's in the
では前に出ます
Okay. Hello, everybody. How's it going? Oh. Sorry, we're just trying to make sure everything is good because this is my first time doing this, so it's been a little bit overbearing at first here. We're getting everything up and running. I did just get the go live tweet out. Do me the favor, go give that some love. You guys know the drill by now. It's always the prior day's art of the day. We'll have a new art of the day today. I'm getting the last bit of preparations done here. Let me grab you guys today's art. Yes, we have the next Evocation Festival tomorrow. Oh my god, I have way too many... way too many links. Ooh, that was a little glitchy there. Hello, everybody. How's it going? Here is today's artwork of the day. Go give the artist some love. You guys know the drill. And again, we are live on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, and Kick all at the same time. I'm not Trubs. I haven't managed to get TikTok working, and I don't think I will. But we are live in 4 different locations now, so you guys can watch us in whatever way you want to. At least for this first stream or a couple here, It may take me some getting used to things, so I'm just going to ask everybody to bear with me, as things can definitely get a little bit more hectic compared to normal. Right now, chat is turned off on the Twitter side of things. Pick should still have it on, but everything is kind of still in its formative stages for right now. So I'll do my best to keep my eyes on everything. Let me know if there's any issues. If you guys are on one platform and there's an issue, feel free to hop over to one of the other platforms that I'm on and tell me about it there if you can't get your comment noticed. But again, hope everybody's had a good, let's see, what was today? Was today Thursday? I think today was Thursday. Wasn't it? Or was it Wednesday? God. Yeah, today was Thursday. Okay. I'm losing track of things. So we're going to get started here. Normally I like to spin down my AP if you guys have never watched me before. It's usually one of the first things I do. We talk a little bit of shop. Everything is kind of like going on. And then I usually either get to recording videos or making some kind of like analysis or something like that. So it just depends. Day check. Yep. We did get the Typhon video out live on YouTube, if you guys didn't already see that. I also did get to check and read a bunch of the comments on YouTube today. It was really interesting to see what people are saying. We were getting some feedback on the audio on the YouTube videos, and people are saying that, like, oh, for some people it's perfectly fine, for others it's like super loud. So we're not really sure what's going on with that. I just assume, kind of like with stream, it's usually a case of it depends on how you're watching, because you'll have people that'll watch, you know, like normally with like a headset on a computer, or they'll watch with speakers on a computer, or they'll watch on their mobile device, or they'll watch on their TV, and each one of those has a different audio balance. We can't handle audio balancing for all of that. We have no control over how people do their individual devices. So if people are complaining it's too loud at some point, it is what it is. All I can try to do is either talk louder on my end or try to like rebalance the music, but sometimes it may just be an issue with the mix. But I was definitely interested to see what people thought about some of the various things, like Typhon's release, her again, like locked third ascension, which has been kind of an issue here lately. But let's go ahead and let's get started. I do still have, I think, my FP to roll out today, but I don't care about that. I'll get that off stream. I still have my extra quests sitting around. That's just kind of been a thing. I talked with you guys. We made a video about the upcoming anniversary stuff and everything you guys could do to prepare for that. So one of the things that I've been kind of trying to do is like get prepared myself. So we're going to be doing some advanced quests today. In the meantime, though, I do have some storm pods, so we're going to go ahead and utilize them if I can actually manage to touch the button there, and try to get some AP spent down over here. We'll go do the Wings of Tears event on JP, which is actually pretty straightforward. There's not a whole lot going on with that. We did get the ability to build like the first couple parts here today on JP, so that was interesting to see. I was a little bit confused by it at first, but I ended up going for the dodge enhancement on the first one, just in case the event throws something hard at us, because it's a really simplistic, straightforward event so far. So I figured it's like, oh, maybe they might, you know, spice it up a little bit somewhere down the line. Yes, we did also have the Switch 2 come out today. I did see as well, apparently some stores in New York, I think it was GameStop's up there, were having issues because some of the Switch 2 pre-orders, they, I guess, stapled a receipt to the box, and the box was thin enough that the staple punctured the box and went into the screen of the Switch 2. So I'm sure those people are having a absolute riot right now over there, trying to get a actual good working Switch 2 out of them. And I feel bad for them, because unfortunately I'm sure there's not going to be any sort of replacement as of yet. Summer's coming. Yep, that too. I see a lot of people skipping Typhon right now on JP. I think it's going to be the same thing here on NA with some of our coming banners, as people are prepared for anniversary coming up and the summer banners later in the year. So people are going to just sit there and kind of go like crazy with some of the stuff. Fully switch plastic cover, cardboard box. Yeah. And that's like, I'm surprised that the packaging is that bad for it, but also, good lord, like, they should not be stapling things to an electronics box like that. They should know better. It's the classic saving Annie Summer. Yep. And that's just how things always are, right? Like, you've come to expect it at this point, so I would never expect any year to be any different unless there's just like some really big ticket unit that comes out like right before anniversary, which frankly would be kind of tone deaf of the devs themselves, because usually they want people to kind of go like crazy at anniversary. I think they do a lot of like marketing for it. They really want the game to pop off right then, and that's one of the reasons why they end up giving out so much quartz and like really just trying to drive interest in the game. I think it's a big marketing and advertisement gimmick for them, as well as just in general a way to please the player base. What's the best way to make blue apples in the area of storm pods? Do your 3 storm pod runs every day, and then from there, if you have nothing else to do, go ahead and make blue apples. Usually the methodology behind blue apples, and I actually have a whole video talking about this, but just a TLDR, it's the idea behind it is that if there's not some sort of increased farming efficiency currently active, that it's better to just go ahead and make blue apples rather than spend the AP on other stuff. This is where like a lot of people will sit down, they'll go farm just a normal free quest. You can do that. There's nothing wrong with it. But a lot of people will just make blue apples instead and try to hoard them for like a lotto or a raid or something where they feel like they can get the materials at a better rate. It just depends, though. It depends on what materials you need, and it usually requires you to have, if you're going to do that sort of thing and make a judgment call there, probably one of the best things you can do is have a little bit of foresight. Go look at some of the upcoming farming events, try to see what you'll be getting from them, and ask yourself, do you need those materials, or do you desperately need like the material you're currently farming for? Because if you desperately need the material you're currently farming for, there is nothing wrong with just actually going about getting that material. She'll get 1,000 free Sank quartz for 10th Annie, right? I mean, I don't want to like overhype 10th Annie, but I've said this before and I'll say it again. I do think people can really like, you know, kind of get excited for 10th Annie. If they're gonna do big stuff, it's gonna be here. 10th Annie's a huge milestone. We know they were pulling out a bunch of stops for 5th Annie, and then COVID kind of wrecked it. So I'm not going to say like have unrealistic expectations, but I do think you can reasonably expect good rewards. You could reasonably expect something interesting and amazing to happen. And within those bounds, just don't expect it to be like everything that you've ever wanted or ever wished for, because I don't think that'll happen. And I would also tell you guys, don't get like caught up on any one specific idea. If you're like, oh man, I really want like X to happen, well, you know, Y might happen and Y might be really amazing too, but you might be disappointed because it wasn't the thing that you wanted. It wasn't X. So at that point, that's why I'll tell you guys this to just kind of help temper your expectations at least a little bit. But again, yeah, I think the community kind of should expect there to be good stuff coming for 10th Annie. Yeah, something big at 10th Annie, but no idea what, right? Who's going to Anime Expo? I know there's definitely going to be some people that will be. I myself am not, but I'll be curious to hear from the people that are. I do have a buddy. I think he's going to both Anime Expo and Annie 10 if he can manage to get the tickets for Annie 10. So that's going to be like wild. I have hopeful non-specific expectations. Yeah. 10 years for a gacha game is amazing. It really is. I think at this point, FGO has proven and beaten a lot of the allegations that it's like, oh, it's a crap game. Nobody actually cares about it. Like, it's nothing. And I'm like, FGO has a lot of haters. A lot of those haters are former players of the game that just don't want to give it credit for its both impact in the gacha sphere of things, as well as just in general, like popular culture and art. But at the end of the day, I think, FGO has stood the test of time. It may not be the biggest gacha game anymore. It may not be the most popular gacha game anymore, but it is still alive, kicking, and pumping money. The only hope that we have at this point is that Aniplex and Sony decide that they actually do wish to reinvest in it and make it last even longer, rather than kind of just continuing to milk it over and over and over again. I think that's the problem that they have kind of going forward, and let's just hope that they recognize the error of their ways and they actually start to reinvest in the game from 10th Annie onward. But we'll see. We may find out things at 10th Annie about like a part 3. We may find out that they've actually been like pooling and hoarding some of those resources for development of another part, and that could be why certain things have been the way that they have been over the past couple of years. Because chat, I'm here to tell you guys right now, if you think that part 3 hasn't been in the works for a while, I'm going to tell you it has been. It's probably been years in the making already. We know for a fact that, I think it was 3 years ago, they were looking for a director for part 3. So that should give you some idea about how long things like that have been in the works. And we can still look at that and say that even then, that's them looking for it for active development. You may have had someone like Nasu kind of having already kicked the tires a little bit on some of the ideas even long before that. So we'll just have to see. It'll be really curious to see and hear from the devs during the anniversary interviews this year. In particular, I look forward to actually hearing a little bit about what happened last year at 9th Annie with the 4th and 5th append debacle. You guys know I predicted the 4th and 5th append coming into the game years ahead of time, but I was maybe hopeful that they did things in a different order at least, and that they resolved the coin situation before doing that. But that's not how things ended up, and everybody got super angry and upset about it. So I'm going to be curious to hear if they talk about it at all, or if they just move on and try to sweep it under the rug. Hopefully they do. Hopefully they give us a little bit more insight as to what happened there and why. But I wouldn't put it past them to kind of just ignore it and move on and say no questions on that. I redeemed Squirt, but it didn't go through. Yeah, we're having a little bit of issues with Aurelia, with the bot there. Sometimes things are working, sometimes things are not. I can tell you Doge Cam still works, but I have no idea about specific redeems for Aurelia right now. That's something I got to look into one weekend here. The money FGO makes, there will of course be a part 3. They're not stupid. Yeah, I mean, I think there will absolutely be a part 3. The question will be whether or not Nasu is involved with it. Right now, I'm going to say yes, I do believe Nasu would be, but I can foresee a future in which Nasu either does try to outsource maybe a little bit more of it, or does try to kind of push things aside and get things in a more manageable and what's the word I'm looking for here? Dividable format where he can just give things away to people. Who knows though? Nasu, from everything I've seen, tends to be a little bit of a control freak. Not in the sense that I must have my way, but in the sense that he, I think, really has a eye for detail and quality, and he wants things done to the utmost capability. And if it's not to his liking, he's just not going to okay it. So I think that's kind of the issue overall, and that's always been the problem, is Nasu can't really delegate to other people, and it's definitely been the thing that's held him back. It's why, if you guys look at FGO, obviously, but even more than that, the Fate series in general, how long it's taken for things like the visual novels and stuff to get localized, that is absolutely because of Nasu. It's because Nasu was not willing to let anybody else localize it, regardless of a desire for there to be a localization. And I think that's because he just did not like the quality of the translators he could find, and he wanted to make sure that it was done to the standard that he himself expects things to be done in. Giving them a blueprint and then coming back to write what he wants. Yeah, that could definitely be an interesting thing. I mean, that's as far as I can tell, that's what actually happened with part one. I think he gave them a blueprint and said, write it, and then they were not like up to snuff. And that's why he had to come back with like America Onward, and really help the game out, because I think he realized, like, yeah, they're hitting all the points I told them to, but they're not developing any of those points. They're not embellishing it. They're not fleshing out the characters and like giving them the proper arcs for growth. And I think that was the issue. And he recognized that that was causing a major flaw with the story and how it was being perceived. And I think that's why he came back and came in and said, like, no, we're going to do this the right way. But I also know that, like, now, like, his by his own words, he has said that, like, the Delightworks slash Lesengle writers nowadays are much better. They have learned as he has trained them over the years for like how to operate the IP. So I think he's more confident in that sort of thing. But I'll be honest with you, I don't foresee a world in which, even if Nasu did kind of take a step back, I don't foresee a world in which he was not still holding like editorial power over everything regardless. And this is all the Wings of Tears event is, by the way. It's just some 40 AP and a cloud of dust, and then you get some points and you build your dragon. I assume the dragon will become a little bit more of an issue later on with like fights, but as it is right now, there's not a whole lot going on with the event. It's basically roll Typhon if you want, and bide your time as you climb the point ladder. I heard even HSR got the Nasu name scheme now. Someone was telling me that the other day, which I said, good. Either that's going to make it really easy to spot a poser, or it's going to make it like so that they look into it and they also get upset as to why the name is the way that it is. So it's like, to me, as long as they're getting the same treatment that we did, I could care less. How to build your dragon? Yep. Which is funny because we had How to Train Your Dragon like last year. So it's interesting that they like, I want to say this is like the third dragon centric event that we've had in FGO within like the past couple years here. So really interesting in that regard that they kind of just keep doing this. The main writer for OC was the same person who did Agartha, right? So they did improve. Honestly, people give Agartha way too much crap. Y'all know me. I'm a firm proponent, and the stories are not as bad as people make them out to be. I do have some story chapters that are like kind of they're definitely on my shit list, right? But like even then, I still feel like the worst FGO chapter is still generally better than like a lot of stories in a lot of other gacha games. That being said, yeah, I think like Agartha does have its issues. It's just like a lot of the issues revolve around like pacing and theming. But for instance, a lot of people, when Agartha was coming to an A, already expected the chapter to be bad because of what they had heard on JP. Hilariously enough, the way Agartha was adapted on JP actually was toned down for the NA release, and NA didn't have a lot of those issues, but people still were shitting on it almost as if it was just expected to. And we've noticed this time and time again where like perception on JP shapes perception on NA, which is hilarious because sometimes it shouldn't be like in the Agartha case where like, oh, we actually got a different version, and yet people were still trying to like shit on it because that's what they thought they needed to do. That's what they thought the popular consensus would be. And I'm not going to say it's not. I'm just going to say that, like, all in all, I still know of several people that think, like, Agartha was a fantastic chapter. I know of a bunch that think that it's, like, like, oh, it was okay. And honestly, the people that, like, sit down and actively complain about Agartha are not that common. It's going pretty good, Strom. How are you? In terms of them trying to get you to like any of the characters, I like characters from Agartha. Chez's Bay. Yeah, I think like a lot of people's issues with Agartha tended towards the characters. And I'm also going to say there's like a media literacy thing there too, where like people either didn't understand the actual motivations of what was going on behind the characters, or they also weren't paying attention to how the character actually was adapted from there on out. Like, for instance, there are still people that, because of Agartha, that hate Scheherazade. And yet, Shez's arc after Agartha is actually amazing. It's like her kind of growing into her own, and they really did, like, set the record straight with her. Because a lot of people have a tendency to forget that, like, the servants you meet in a singularity are not necessarily the same version that you have. Same thing happens with, like, Lartoria, my waifu, right? Where, like, people assume that the Lion King and Lartoria are the exact same, and it's like, no, they're actually not. The version that we summon is a different version, not the Lion King. And she actually tells you as such when you summon her. And it's a similar situation with Shez. It's like the Shez that you get is not the one from Agartha, and yet people still have a tendency to, like, no, because of that story chapter, like, I am going to hyper fixate on that one bad point and never let it go. I freaking hated Dioscuri in LB5, but I like the version we summoned. Yeah, exactly. That's another great example. It's just, this has been a common theme in, like, FGO throughout time. People do just in general have, like, some issues, and there's not anything you can do about it. Like if people are gonna hate a character, changing their mind is not an easy thing to do, right? It's going to take you actively sitting down and having a, like, calm discussion with them. And most people aren't going to want to do that. They're going to be like, oh my God, like, no, I hate this character. This character's trash. I don't want to listen to anything anyone says about it. And that's fine. It's not my job to, like, teach people these things anyways. Well, they managed to finish Ascending Durga. Nice. Agartha reinforced my distaste for Fergus, Wu, Penth, and Columbus. See, like, I actually liked Fergus by the end of it. Admittedly, he was kind of an annoying character for, like, 90% of that story. Like, Fergus is the one I would absolutely give you. But the last, like, 10%, Fergus was amazing. I loved it. It was great. That took some time. Yeah, I think, like, some of it is too, like, people have to actually, like, sit down and read some of the interludes and stuff. Like, that's definitely the case with Shez. For me, the characters they put there aren't related to the type of character archetypes I enjoy. Yeah, I think that's fine. Like people are gonna have stories that they like more than others. I think that's just always gonna be the case in these types of things. I wouldn't waste much time hating on Agartha, but the writing is pretty bad. A gender-focused chapter that doesn't take into account the player can be female is incredibly lazy. What do you mean? Because I played through it as female. Like, I actually didn't notice an issue in that regard. I'm free from my audit. Hey, nice. Congrats. Hopefully everything went well. Is this a lotto? No. This is a ladder event. It is a straightforward event. We do have over here on the left side here, like, this is the build your dragon thing. You guys can see I did these first two quests. We got additional effects that we can unlock here. And actually, I think, I don't know if it'll show it to me. Yeah, I can only see the ones that I haven't done. So we can actually go ahead and do some of them here. Looks like that is the command code over there. Also, for anyone new that's watching, you will see me, like, draw on the screen and stuff like this. That's because I'm actually, like, mirroring my phone into OBS and streaming it that way, but I don't actually play on an emulator. And you'll also see me look straight forward. It's because I'm actually playing off of my screen while not looking at my phone. I've learned how to do this after, like, years of streaming this way. So it is what it is. But yeah, let's go ahead and drop into one of these. So this one's actually the defense down and then crit up of 15%. Or crit damage, sorry. But I'll definitely take it. I don't know if it's going to matter too much here. I guess the question will be, is this going to be multiple enemies or one? Well, actually, hold on. Here's what I'll do. I'll go ahead and I'll swap her for Double X. And then, who do I want on the front line here? Because this can be, oh my god, yeah, this can be anyone. I'm gonna end up having to, you know what? Why don't I? Put then Takaru in there. I am still leveling the last of my Mystic Codes. I thought I had all my Mystic Codes done. I've thought that for like months, and then I realized that I actually had like one Mystic Code that I bought with like from the Rare Prism shop that I hadn't completed because they re-released the Summer 1 Mystic Code into the game on JP, and I was not around on JP when it originally ran, so I never got it. And so, like, I had purchased it. I'd totally forgotten that I had it. It had just been sitting there. So we're finally finishing it off. But otherwise, all my Mystic Codes are done. What game is the Rabbit Girl from? Rabbit Girl? Bunny Artoria? She's from this, Fate Grand Order. Camelot made me wary of Tristan. LB6 made me love him. Yeah, like, and that's what I was gonna say is like, a lot of it is people look too much into how a character is portrayed in the story, which makes sense. I'm not gonna fault anybody for that. That is how, like, conventionally you should, right? Story should be what helps form. Of course, it's an AOE or a single target rather than an AOE. I can't swap. Well, whatever. We'll just go with it. You guys get to see what a stack Takaru can do even in a single target environment. Gonna go ahead and give the NP gain as much as possible here. Hopefully there's not an instant Noble Phantasm. But yeah, I think at the end of the day, that's how things should be in the story, and it really is just a like unique quirk of FGO where servants have like different like memory states is what I'd say, different formative events. So a servant summoned into one situation might end up in one way compared to a servant summoned, the exact same servant summoned in another situation. So that's what FGO really tries to explore a lot, and a lot of people forget that again, like the version that is in the story might not be the same as the one that you summon. And I think that sort of stuff just gets lost in transition. I think it's probably stated far more on like the JP side of things during their live streams because they have long discussions with the staff and the VAs and things like that. So that sort of stuff really kind of like comes out. Whereas like on the NA side of things, our streams are relatively short. There's not a whole lot of discussion going on. So I think that sort of stuff gets lost in the sauce for us. And it's just kind of an unfortunate casualty of it. I blame the gifts the Lion King gave after Gareth did what she did. Wait. Are you blaming the Lion King for Gareth? Like, what did Gareth have to do in that situation? Unless the character is corrupted or something, their personality should pretty much be the same in a singularity versus summon. Oh no. That's not true at all. There's definitely some stuff there. It's not even like corrupted necessarily. It could just be like their master is ordering them to do different stuff and they have different motivations and goals. It could also just be it's a different alternative of a unit in certain things. Like an example I could give you is like Arjuna Altar in the story versus Arjuna Altar that you summon. It's the exact same deal, right? Like Arjuna Altar in the story is a just actual like psychopathic madman that wants to like murder everyone. The Arjuna Altar you summon, not. My favorite meme for him is I think it's one that Was it Saber Draws? No, it was God, which account was it? I'm trying to remember. It's one of the Twitter artists that draws used to draw Artoria all the time, and it was the little like sprite well, not sprite comic, that's not the right word for it, but like the like cartoon comic stuff. And like one of the artworks was basically Arjuna altar as a cat just curled up on like Saber's like coat or cape or something. It was like, well, I guess that's his now, right? And it always reminded me because it's just like, oh yes, he's basically a stray cat. Rio? No, not Rio. Rio is official FGO stuff. Noli, thank you for the 45. Appreciate it, my dude. How you doing today? John is a sample of that with FSR and FGO. Yeah. I think like it really just depends. And here's the thing, right, Chad? It's kind of like the superhero problem of like, oh, which superhero would win, right? And this got asked of Stan Lee years ago, and he basically said, well, whose story am I writing? And it's that exact mentality. It's like the writer's gonna write it the way they want it to be, regardless of like the canonical thing that like it needs to be for like permanent representation. It's the writer will take the character where they want them to go to suit the narrative. And that's always how FGO story to me has gone over the years. I don't know why she's still showing up as new. She's definitely not new on my account. And watch as this is an AoE scenario. No politics, please. It doesn't have to do with the current discussion, but something interesting to consider is how servants we can summon now are continuations from when we encountered them. Servant from Singularity. Some, not all. And that has to do with a very specific mechanic in FGO. And that's because FGO's summoning system, if I remember correctly, like does allow some of the servants to retain memories, but not all. And guess what the rule is? Literally writer's plot convenience. That's all it is. It's when the writer wants them to, they remember. When the writer doesn't want them to, they don't remember. It's so funny that just keeps ending up being a thing. I'm gonna try to stagger, but that's gonna work. I should have probably put the arts buffs on, but then I run the risk of running out of them. It's just interesting that it's been happening more and more often. Yeah. They copy the Saint Graph so they can somewhat edit it. My understanding is it's more like the Fate system, the actual summoning system in FGO allows them to like write the like data onto the Saint Graph. I think that's how I remember it going. Okay, what am I doing? I'm not being smart. Oh, there you go. You think Fate will get a Magic the Gathering crossover too? Well, if Wizards of the Coast is as shameless as I think they are, yes. I think the question would be, does Magic the Gathering have interest in Fate? Fate's definitely a big enough IP. They should. Whether or not they're actually aware of it, I'm sure somebody in the company is. But like at a brand level, are they aware of it? That I don't know, right? That'd be a very interesting question. And for me personally, I'd love to see it. If not for any other reason, then it would just be cool and it would be another hype thing for the fandom. I'd be in trouble if that happens. I think a lot of people would be, right? And for a Fate D&D campaign, I mean, one, I'm gonna tell you right now, no, you wouldn't. If only because D&D doesn't really do well on that sort of front. And two, honestly, just like go look up a fan made one. I guarantee you'd be better than anything Wizards could pull off. But there is definitely something to like, hey, having this to an official capacity that's like always going to bring that level of hype and stuff. You'd have to homebrew the shit out of it, probably. But I mean, I don't think that's crazy, right? Like, I don't think there's anything like absurd or unnatural with that. CAD streaming on Kick? Yes, I am. Though nobody has said anything yet that I've seen. But yeah, I'm on Kick and Twitter today. Twitter is actually so far the hardest one to pull off. There's a lot of things you have to do to get Twitter to work. Better at handling conceptual BS than most TTRPG systems. I mean, I think like classic like D&D 5e is capable of handling just about anything, but there's going to be a lot of stuff that's like theater of the mind and like kind of hand wavy BS, right? But that's just the case with like any system. There's going to be flaws with it. But that's what I'm saying is like, to me, it doesn't matter whether or not it's official, because I think like expecting it in any official capacity for something like a tabletop type game is probably not the best idea. You could probably expect instead that a fan would handle it better, because a fan's going to have more passion for it, frankly. Joining the new Kick meta? As far as I'm concerned, I think just putting myself out there and in every possible location is better than hyper fixating and consolidating in one area. I don't really care where people watch me. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I think like, especially like Twitch, right? Like, I think maybe like half my viewers on Twitch sub, and that's probably being super generous. It's probably less than that. It's probably like 25% if I had to bet. YouTube, I haven't really done too much over there, so I don't blame anybody for like not doing memberships and stuff at that point. But I at least get like the ad revenue and stuff off of YouTube. Same thing with Twitch. I get some ad revenue over there. If people want to go watch in other places to avoid the ads, though, that's not going to bother me. I don't really care. I've never been the biggest like proponent of ad revenue anyways. I feel like people are like unnecessarily like bombarded with ads on some of these platforms, and that is probably one of my biggest factors for branching out and trying new things. I've been wanting to do it, I just haven't had the time, and today I finally got it set up with the help of Trubs. So I went ahead and said like, yeah, okay, let's go ahead and let's do it. Because to me, again, like the fact that like Twitch has been so overbearing, and now even YouTube is kind of getting to that point with some of their ad stuff, I just don't like it. And I feel like, you know, the only thing I can do at that point is I can just say things are how they are, and I can just give you guys the methodology and the way to watch in the way you prefer. And if you want to watch me, I am super happy that you do. That's the only way I could look at it at that point. Regardless of whether or not I'm actually like getting money off of you at that end. You and Trubs on Kick? Yeah. Yeah, and it's like, I'm not expecting to like migrate to any platform or anything like that. I'm just basically branching out is all. Mutants and Masterminds would probably work good too, yeah. DD's a bad fit because it's too crunchy. If you want to run an Osuverse-based game, you want much more of a narrative system. Yeah, I mean, I can't argue with that. I think you can still pull it off in D&D, but I think at the end of the day, anything type moon-based is naturally going to be very narrative-driven, because that's just the literal origin of it, right? Like, it comes from visual novels. It's always very robust on that end, so you can expect that that is more of interesting. I didn't realize this was an actual challenge fight. I don't want to handle this. Let's go like that. And we'll go for mine. Kick is still alive. Yeah, Kick's never died. Kick is basically piggybacking off of Twitch's architecture by renting it from Amazon. So Kick is basically going to stay around for a while. We'll see whether or not it has legs in the long term, but I think like at least for right now, it's surviving based off of a couple of things. One is the fact that Twitch is way too like imprecise with their application of rules. So you end up having scenarios where like, oh wow, they're almost dead. You end up having scenarios where it's like people get punished for things that are relatively innocuous and stupid or an honest mistake. You also have things where like people are punished in a way that is like completely nonsensical and nobody understands why what happened, and Twitch themselves can't give you a reason. And I think that sort of thing is what just drives people up a wall and drives people to alternative platforms. Then you also have like Twitch kind of opening up their doors and making it so that you can multi-stream, which I think is a good thing. I think that actually helps us content creators branch out and build our following rather than forcing us to like funnel everybody to one point, even regardless of how bad the experience is for them. So this is going to force Twitch to get more competitive over time. But I also think in general, like, because Kick is the alternative that is there, and Kick has a lesser set of rules, it is always going to attract any sort of fallout from Twitch. Anybody that gets banned on Twitch, gonna go to Kick. Anybody that doesn't like Twitch's rules, gonna go to Kick. Anybody that is at odds with Twitch over certain various stances on things, gonna go to Kick at that point. So I think this is just naturally going to be a thing for a while, and in the end, the better platform will win. But I have a bold prediction on that, and that's that I believe Twitch has a shelf life now of about 10 more years before it probably and honestly shits the bed. And then Amazon decides it's not worth it anymore, and they keep the architecture around, and they basically either just sell it for pennies on the dollar to Kick, or they end up selling it off to another major tech giant to run it all. Either way, I think that sort of future to me is almost inevitable, because I think Amazon wants Twitch to be profitable, and it almost never has been from everything I've ever heard, including Twitch themselves admitting to it. So I really don't know what to say, but it is what it is. Yeah, feel free to follow me over on Kick if you guys have an account. I have no problem with that. But like, yeah, it's not like me making some major move or anything like that. I just think in general, it's a good idea as a content creator to cast a wide net, to branch yourself out, and to not like hyper fixate on any one thing, because I think that's just going to get you in trouble. Twitch punishing you for things done outside of the platform is a big turnoff, probably. Yeah, and I can tell you right now, Kick is the big platform for gambling, because Twitch doesn't really allow it, and it's the big platform for e-thoughts, because Twitch doesn't really allow it. I say Twitch doesn't really allow it. Twitch doesn't allow it, but it's still a thing. Like, you still have a ton of people on there that are skirting the rules, doing like what they need to do to get around it. Everybody knows, and it's like the worst kept secret. So off topic, but I'm watching Witch on the Holy Night on Steam. What's your favorite Type Moon narrative? Like, what do you mean? Like favorite like storyline or story point, or like are you asking like favorite like product? It doesn't help that they don't punish streamers that are big that break the rules. Yeah, I think that's been an issue. Corporate overreach. Also killing itself by unequal punishments and punishing certain streamers. Yeah, like CAD pool streams when? Probably never. But like I don't know, right? I think that's just been an issue naturally, and I'll be curious to see how things go. Like I have an even bolder prediction here, chat, and this one might not be that bold to some of you in the know, but like I think Discord has 5 years left. Discord has 5 years left. That's it. They already announced that they're going public. We've known this. It's been like the worst kept secret ever, but now they've officially announced it, which means they're going for it in earnest. We already have heard that the new CEO that they brought in is giving us a new like paid currency for Discord. I've been noticing for a while that Discord's performance is just shitting the bed. Like, we have the top tier server you can possibly have on Discord. We have over 3,000 active members. Feel free to join, by the way. And we have like the top tier like streaming capability. We have the maximal like boost capacity that you can have. And our service is crap. So if our service is crap, I cannot imagine people that are like lower on the totem pole, right? That have smaller servers, that have less streaming capability on their thing enabled. Like, holy crap, that is not good. So if we're struggling, if we're having issues because Twitch just can't, or not Twitch, because Discord can't give us the actual like capacity that we need, they're not giving anybody the capacity at that point. Going public's not going to help Discord at all. To some degree, like, there are things that you could rely on. Like, as they go public, there will be an expectation and demand that things like the service get better. But yeah, I'm not gonna guarantee that they're not gonna like put all of their funding into like monetization and making the company more and more and more profitable and like nickel and diming you. And I think, unfortunately, as they go public, there will be probably a legal battle over DMCA with regards to things getting streamed. And that's going to be probably what kills Discord. I think that'll be the case. Unless they just like nut up and kind of take the Twitch stance of like, hey, yeah, we're going to allow DMCA stuff to be streamed as long as it's either A, private, or B, like, it's not recorded or anything in any way, shape, or form. Because there was a period in time where we were wondering, like, was Discord going to become a, like, streaming competitor? Because it felt like they were pushing things that way. That's why you started having, like, clips being a thing and everything. And they were kind of moving in that direction, and then they stopped. And I think it's because, like, they realized, like, yeah, we're not going to be able to compete. And I think a lot of that was like during COVID. I think they got squarely beaten by Zoom, and they realized that like they were not going to be the big like commercial competitor. But I think that was the problem. They realized that they were not the big commercial competitor, and that just salted them, and that made them want to go public even harder. Yeah, it's funny because TeamSpeak's come full circle. TeamSpeak is basically like morphing into a Discord-like service. I miss Ventrilo. No, I don't. You miss the simplicity of those systems. I do too. It was really easy to just drop in, drop out, hang out with your buds, and continue on. But like, Discord is becoming fraught with issues, and like I said, I think it's got 5 years at the most. And it doesn't mean that Discord won't last longer than that 5 years. It means within 5 years, I believe Discord will shit the bed and it will become like untenable for the vast majority of users. I'm down to jump to the new Discord. Yeah, I've actually like actively had the mods looking, because like Avalon loves like looking into that sort of thing. So I've had him like actively looking to like, and kind of keeping me in the loop and keeping me appraised on some of that stuff, because yeah, it's concerning to me. I think like our Discord community is one of our bigger communities at this point, and I will be very upset if something happens to it, because it is like, we've had that Discord for 10 years now. It originally was not like the stream community Discord. It morphed into that as I started to stream and grew. So that was a thing. But like, it has been around a long time. There's a lot of memories, a lot of history there, and I would hate to lose it. But I sadly think that's just the way of the world at this point. It's inevitable to me. And so I'm like trying to do the best I can to like stay ahead of things and kind of keep ahead of the curve and prepare myself. Oh, hold on. Go back over here. Dat cord coming soon. Yeah. Everyone will agree on the new chatting platform. No, not necessarily. There may be a like power gap and a struggle for like something to rise to the top, and you'll have people going various directions, and there'll be a little bit of a diaspora. Oh, I'm sorry. The artwork is not a thing there. Sorry, chat. Had a DM. There you go. If you click the link now, it should work. At least I think. Oh, wait, hold on. There you go. Now it should work. Chat was trying to pull up my awesome submission to the FGO CE Summer Barbecue Contest thing that they did a long time ago. And this was it. So just to show everybody, this is my amazing artwork. I personally feel like this should be hung in the Louvre. This is one of the like most artistic and expressive pieces that you will ever see in your life. And I'm still waiting on them to let me know that I won. It's been really weird. I'm pretty sure my invitation was lost somewhere in the mail. But I know for a fact that they're going to put this into the game at some point. They had a CE art contest? Yeah, they used to actually do them quite a bit. We peaked because this artistry has never been topped and never will be. Yeah, that's true. It will never, ever be better than this. This is the quintessential human experience. In fact, we should put this in a time capsule that is only to ever be opened in case of like humanity's extinction and alien invasion. So that like when the aliens inevitably come and like murder us all and don't understand us, they can look at this art piece and then they will finally understand the totality of the human condition. It is expressive, yes, in all the wrong ways. Save for posterity and preservation, yeah. Is that evil foe eyeing the guy at the table? Yeah, he's eyeing Merlin. I'm glad somebody understood who one of the characters was. Okay, chat, let's do some advanced quests. I actually don't have much AP left here. Oh, yeah, I still have some half-cost rank ups to do, too, so that may be a tomorrow thing. Looks like I only have 6 of these left, which is good. I've seen a lot of people that are like, oh my god, please don't make me do the advanced quests. I hate them. They suck. I'm like, listen, chat, you're not wrong to a degree, but they're all gimmick fights for the most part. A lot of them you can kind of just brute force if you just kind of go in there, but I get like for like newer accounts and for people that are maybe not like as mechanically robust, it may be a little bit of a problem, right? I'm going to tell you, don't make a mountain out of the molehill. There's nothing wrong with like having to use command seals or something if you feel the need. I just said like do everything you can to make it easier on yourself. They're one and dones. You don't have to go back and do them. You can if you want, but you don't have to. And the reason that you guys do want to get these done is there will be a milestone that's going to come out with Anniversary 8 coming up here next month on NA. That's going to give out like I think it's like 9 quartz for every tier of it. So you're going to get a ton of quartz if you have all of your advanced quests done. So again, my advice is get them done now while there's not anything going on, because you're certainly not going to want to do it later with like the foot tower coming out next week. So do it now, get it out of the way. Don't worry about it after that point. Once it's done, and you don't have to do anything else. I actually have to go find it though. Hold on. I usually, chat, in case you're curious as to like how I do things, I usually just like run over here to fandom for the advanced quest, and I go like, okay, like where, like what do I need to do? What part is each one from? So like for instance, in this case, I'm trying to remember which one was the last one. I think it's like 13 and 14 are what we have on NA. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. So like I have 6 that I have to do. It's probably from these 2 parts. This is 16? Wait, is it? Oh crap. Okay, we're further than I thought. Let's open 15 and 16 then. So let's see. So the first one here is Ignatial Roots. And taking a look at these. That is from part 16. Okay, tips and tricks. At the start of the battle, both the Spriggan enemies will acquire these buffs for this challenge. The Bored Spirit and Spirit with Free Time. Arch chain attacks and quick chain attacks. All the player servants will start with an attack down buff. Trick to the challenge is to satisfy the needs of both the Spriggan Spirit's requests. Each time a Spriggan is hit with the right attack correspondence of the chain on one of its special traits will disappear, and the Spriggan enemy will give 10 critical stars to the player. Since both the Spriggan enemies are saber classes, it is recommended to bring some archer servants with quick and arch chains to raise the probability for more of the desired card chains. Do not attack with an NP. Doing so will end up angering the Spriggans, and they will cast attack up 100% on self for 3 turns, defense up of 50% on self for 3 turns, and remove all debuffs. Ooh, fun. I feel like you could still like nuke this if you really wanted to, but it is what it is. I'll show you guys the proper way to do it. Now remember, in Advanced Quest, you can't use support, and so that's where a lot of people are going to complain about things. Realistically, you don't have to use your best units necessarily. You need to use the unit that's going to kind of get you through the task at hand. So fandom just told you right there exactly what you need to do. You need to bring archer servants because they're going to be resistant against the sabers and deal effective damage, but also you're going to want to bring ones that specifically have arts and quick heavy chains, because that will make forming those chains easier. So one of the things I think we can do here, I think, say having somebody like Lady Avalon in here is actually not a bad deal, because what we can do is we can slap on, like in my case, a Prisma Cosmos on her. That's just going to make her get to her NP really, really fast. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of put in here some archers that I feel like can get the job done. So we're going to use like Squirtoria if I have to here. And actually, well, I guess the healing there is going to be nice, but maybe some hard survivability wouldn't be the world's worst idea. I also think someone like Sei is going to not be too bad here, because as you guys can come and look, Sei basically is a quick-centric archer for us, and she has double arts, double quick deck. So that's going to help things out on the quick side. Squirtoria also is double arts, double quick, and that's also going to help her out. So forming those chains should be really interesting. Arch chains will be a little bit easier with someone like Proto Merlin here in the composition, but ultimately at the end of the day, it's not going to be like crazy either way, depending on what we're trying to do. I will go ahead and slap that K-scope in the back line. Squirtoria probably does not need this. We can just kind of sit here and, I don't know, give her like a starting charge isn't even going to be a thing. What do I want to do with her? I have so many like leveled up Cs in the 4-star variety here. Yeah, why not? Give her that. We're just going to go in. And I actually took in the original plug suit. I'm going to keep using it because original plug suit, just literally going to be able to stun them if I need to. So I can definitely spread things out a little bit here. All right, so now you guys can see they have the debuffs. Well, not the debuffs, but the like, hey, we require again, if you do things, you'll get the thing that we need to do. Okay, so boring days and let me see, the spirit with free time, idle days. Okay, so it's not going to translate exactly as is. That is the unfortunate nature. They'll be happy if they're attacked with a certain card, but they will get mad if you don't hold back. So again, that's their way of saying, if you NP me, I'm going to get upset. Okay? Let me see if I can figure out which one's which, because boring days should be the board spirit. Yeah, okay, never mind. They actually did translate the title of the board spirit correctly. So this is going to be the quick one over here on the right, and this is going to be the arts one over here on the left. All right, so now to begin with, we don't actually have a proper chain here. I could Noble Phantasm to get that, but that is a bad and dumb idea, so I will not do that. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to end up kind of popping some stuff here, trying to make sure that we are taken care of to a degree. Because at least we can get in a support NP. As long as we're not attacking with it, nobody's going to get upset. And then in the meantime, we're actually just going to go ahead and full-blown card here with Lady Avalon. We're just trying to get to her NP a little bit. I probably should have started with the arts card, but it is what it is. Use Buster there, considered neutral. Oh, no, it's fine. I am not worried about it. Okay, so now we have a proper arch chain. Let's go for it. Now, this will be interesting. I actually don't know if I use a support MP, will it be considered for that? I won't risk it for right now. We'll just go with the arch chain in general. You can see it says great. It's giving you some feedback there, letting you know, oh, look, if you do this, this is the right course of action. So he loses a stack. So we've got basically more stacks that we have to get rid of. And like I said, forming an arch chain should be easier. All right, there's a quick chain. We actually have quite a bit of healing here since we have Squirtoria having a 5k heal herself, Sei Shonagon having heal over time, and Lady Avalon having max HP up. So it's going to actually be difficult outside of a Noble Phantasm for the Spriggans to do anything to me, and I do at least have the one invuln there. We have another arch chain here. We're going to go ahead and make use. Doesn't really matter the order we do things in. NP doesn't count. Yeah, that's... I know a support MP won't trigger them. I'm making sure that if I use a support MP, it doesn't, like, somehow screw it as counting as an arch chain. But we can check right here. So the arch one's already gonna bite the dust. Okay, so it didn't count. If you form a chain with a support Noble Phantasm, it won't actually count for it. And that's what I was curious to see, is would it? Alright, so this one we have nothing again. It doesn't really matter who we hit. It would be nice if Mighty Chain did something here. Like, this is old school carding tactics. Oh, Mighty Chains do. Interesting. That's something I didn't realize. Yeah, you can brute force this one. Okay, still nothing. Bad luck on that. We do have my defense up back. I'm going to drain and heal myself. We're almost back to Sei Shonagon's party-wide healing. Whatever, give me the quick up and the star gain. Why not? And this is actually a good turn for yet another Noble Phantasm. It's not really going to matter, but this will keep stars and HP kind of topped off. And the real question is going to be, again, like, what happens if one of the Spriggans actually gets to their Noble Phantasm? Like, I'm confident I can kill the left one before he does. The right one's going to be a little bit iffier because we haven't had the quick chains. All right, so that time it worked. I don't know. Maybe it's chance-based if you use a support NP. All right, let's heal the party. I can also heal herself with a spot heal there. May as well just give us more of that. Let's try Mighty Chain. Let's see what it does. Bad, great, good. Okay, so we did lose a stack. So Mighty Chain does actually work here. If I had known that, this would have been even easier. All right, so we get another Mighty Chain. I'm gonna put the quick card last, just in the off chance that matters somehow. Nope, he didn't lose it. Man, you really are not wanting to give me that, are you? Man, I could risk it, but I don't want to. I could do the Noble Phantasm Mighty Chain. It's not worth. Especially with all the arts cards right there. I actually didn't look at what turn I'm on, but odds are I'll be getting some quick cards on the next turn. Yeah, that's turn 10, so we're not even... basically, we're at the start of a new cadence. Now this new cadence should have far less arts cards in it. And we get... Man, that's tempting as well. Done. Bide our time. Let's test the its number of cards theory. Yep. There you go. So it was number of hits was the actual mechanic there. So I don't even think Fandom had the explanation for that right. Honestly, not a hard one though. You do want to take some sustain. It's Spriggans, chat. Spriggans can beat you to death, so it's a good idea to do something to not like end up in a bad scenario, right? That's where like I get that like some people get caught up in. Oh, I guess because it was 8? Wait, but huh? Why did I have to relog? That's odd. I brute force with Draco? Oh, you definitely could. Brute forcing it would definitely be a very fun way to do it based off of the mechanics that are presented. But I'm like, you know what? Let's show chat the actual proper way. All right. I actually didn't look at what this one was. So this one is the Gears one. This one's also from part 16. And this one has no write-up for it. So let's go in and let's try to brute force and regretty spaghetti. Alright, so I want a good, strong, single target woman. Kill King of Steam to win? Say less. Okay, so we're gonna throw in the Scotties here alongside my Maid Altar. My Maid Altar do be nuking. Where's my ruler? There it is. How close are we to bond 10 with her? Oh, we're getting there. Actually, not a whole lot I can do on that end. Let's see. Go get her Bond C. Maximal damage would be Oberon here. This one I'm just going to have a little bit of fun with. Can you Super Ryan crit the Spriggans to death? Yeah, it'd certainly be possible. There is a mechanic, though, where if you kill one of them, they get really upset and they, like, super buff them, the remaining one and, like, curse the entire party for several turns. With a hefty curse. So it's like... You can try. It's not going to get around the actual mechanic at play, though. I don't... you know what? I don't really care. That's not going to matter either. Okay, I'm going to have to remember to rotate Summer Skadoodle there. You know what? Give me a Star Bomb C. Golden catches the carp. You guys are about to get some of the old C's back in the Mana Prism shop. It'll definitely be a fun thing for newer players that have never had the option of getting some of them. Really help people's accounts out. Van Gogh can get around the curse. Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely things you can do for it. Win by defeating the Steam Scientist. Okay. Kind of annoying. Unannoying. Yoink. Oh. Back in there. I'm gonna laugh when I brick my made altar because it doesn't do enough. You know what? May as well use this. I'm gonna be bricked, so let's get the caster up and online. And Mighty Chain. CAD didn't check enemy skills. You're right, I didn't. And if I fail, I'll have to come back and do this again. Uh-oh. Oh, he lived. But not enough. That is the power of a 120 NP5 made altar. Don't do what I did, chat. That was me brute forcing and whale checking that. Definitely take a little bit more time. But yeah, it looks like he has a decent defense up there. But yeah. Strong unit do dumb thing. Is Decapitating Bunny the quick MP Shop CE worth buying? Can be. It's a pretty decent one. Like, the issue is going to come down to, like, how many Mana Prisms you have and how much you want to spend. Keep in mind, new Mana Prism Shop CEs come out from time to time, so it's just going to be an issue. Let me make sure I'm not capped out. As you guys can see, again, if you guys have never watched me, I get the most out of lottos. And my mailbox is still full. So I have to, like, actively keep it down so that it doesn't cap out. Anyways, not a bad one there. Obviously, if you want to do that a little bit more, take somebody that can kind of multi-NP and kind of get after it for maybe 2 to 3 turns, and that should make that Babbage fight a little bit easier. even if you can't do what I did. Maybe don't take Oberon. Oberon, bad idea. Maybe take like sustain, somebody that can keep the composition going. Murasaki writer and like some good arts units would be a definite option there. You can also try to kind of go with another quick unit like I did there, like maybe like a writer Kentoki or something like that. Okay, next one up is our Fangsi. And wow, we still don't get MLB until the next part. SMH my head. All right. So this one is Dragon. At the start of the battle, VIP Miss Dragon will gain these buffs for the duration of the entire battle. Applies the buff called Nail Polish and Toothbrushing. Each time VIP Miss Dragon attacks, she stacks a defense up buff 5% permanently. And each time she receives an attack, she gets an attack up 5% buff permanently. Kijo Koyo also has her servant skills and NP for this battle as well, so she can apply those during her turn. Primary gimmick is to satisfy Kijo Koyo with as much care while surviving the constant attacks from her and enemies in this quest. When Kijo Koyo attacks, her claws are cared for, and when she is attacked, her fangs are cared for. Once her HP bar breaks, depending on how much care the player managed to give, she will activate some buffs depending on her mood. Okay. So this is Riders, Lancers, and a Berserker, and the Berserker boss is the one we gotta contend with. So it looks like Cinder Liz can 3-turn this, so also welfare options. What are you talking about the prior one? You could break her bar early too. I mean, that's probably what's gonna happen. Do I have to kill the side ads? Does anyone know? Because it's looking like that's gonna be a thing. Liz was prior? Okay. Ooh. Yeah, because we have a knight class and a cavalry class. Berserker would be the option, but then you got Berserker on Berserker violence, and that's maybe not the best idea. She has infinite guts? What? Oh, are you talking about the side dragons? Just beast it? Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. All right, Pretender, Beast, Custa. And this sort of setup going to make things a lot easier. Now, I'm going to take Prismacosmos. It's my comfort CE in these sorts of situations. Just really helps me get back to the Noble Phantasm even faster. I have multiple of them, so that's kind of why. It's usually, to me, in a challenge scenario, one of the best things you can equip to your support. But you definitely don't have to, especially depending on like what loadout you're going for. You can go for something that's a little bit more speed oriented, or you could just try to like do things in a certain way to make it manipulated in your favor, I guess is the proper term. Honestly, you know what I'm gonna drop into? I'm gonna drop into an even more protective composition there. Gonna grab that. And that. And that way, if I lose one of the supports, I'm still just gonna manage to have even more. I'm gonna go with OG plug here for the stun, and we'll see if I need it. So basically, we got to get hit and give hits. Like, I wouldn't overthink this mechanic too much, chat. Get used to seeing this screen, by the way, chat. You're literally gonna see this with the foot tower even more. Gonna get things going right here. Get everybody kind of maxed out there. We'll do that. Castoria will get to her NP naturally. In fact, let's do it like that. Actually, she's gonna get there as well, so I could have done it in the reverse for damage, but it is what it is. Yeah, I mean, I can definitely pop her bar. So, can I still give care to her after I pop the bar, chat? Does anyone know? Because if I can, I'm just going to push it. I don't care. It does not bother me. Yes? All right. We're going for it. Like, I don't know if we kill right here, but I think it's definitely just going to be a case of push it, push it, push it, push it, push it, basically. I popped her bar turn 1 and into the fight turn 5. Yeah. Wow, that was synced up with the song. Amazing. I was baffled by the in-game message. Yeah, that's why, like I said, like it's good to pull up fandom. Don't feel bad about that because some of these really just don't give you enough info. They're cryptic, they're vague. And it's like if you want the challenge, you don't have to, but that is 100% what they're trying to do with it is they're trying to create a little bit of a challenge. If you don't like that or you're feeling frustrated, you can't figure it out, just go look up a guide, do yourself that favor. Don't stress about it too much. Gonna prioritize Castoria there. Everybody still got stacks. Gonna keep sending the Noble Phantasm. App media is better than fandom for AQ descriptions. Probably. The only issue you're gonna have is that it's in Japanese. In a weird way, I wish App Media would do an English version of their site, but I totally understand. It's like you're going to be sitting there dealing with Google Translate and stuff. But yeah, I use App Media all the time because, unfortunately, for like JP stuff, fandom is usually fairly slow at getting things updated. So a lot of the time, you just end up having to rely on something like App Media. Lemon. Yeah, and I would just keep just going at Kijo Koyo. Kind of ignore the side ads a little bit. Obviously, pay attention to their double phantasms, but like just go after Kijo Koyo and just keep trying to like blitz her down. Really wish they would buff Kijo Koyo. I really like her design, and unfortunately, it feels like she's just not got very much of a niche at all. I got one more turn on that. Oh well. I can't believe she turned into an Anjanath. Yes. That's because she's on Angie's list. Hello, Katana. How's it going? No, I just I think Kijo Koya deserves a little bit more attention. She's rarely trotted out, and even when okay, that's a lot of guts. I kind of wish I didn't pop that, but whatever. Actually, I guess in theory, if you took an AoE and you killed the side ads, she would get more attacks and she would die faster. Not gonna pop the arts up yet. I'm gonna sit on it for this turn. I think what you kind of want to do too is you want to like brave chain against her whenever possible. Wait, how long? Oh, I do have the charge skills. Crap. You know what? Send it. Make a video with a small tutorial for every AQ? No. There are plenty that do. And I prefer to like do them a little bit on stream. You guys can watch some of them, but I don't really feel like going back and doing some of the other ones. It's going to take a long time. Damn it, I popped the bar again. What is wrong with me? Did you make a video about the Evo Fest tomorrow? I did. It's already up, already uploaded. I uploaded it literally the day they announced it because devs are predictable if nothing else. Ooh. I gotta take the Brave Chain there. Get Draco as much charge as I can. Lady, surely you are cared for enough now, right? Yeah, actually I don't see the guts on her, so I guess she is. Yep. All right. Goodbye. It's weird that it feels like they give her the multiple stacks of attack up displayed on the bar, but they only give her the one attack of defense or one stack of defense up. But that may have been it was reaching its limit for what can be seen. A lot of good that defense did for you there, bud. Yeah, so I didn't 5-turn it by any stretch of the imagination, but I also didn't have to think about it really at all. I just went. And in that regard, worth. That's how, like, pedantic I'm gonna be here, chat. This fight just screamed Immortal Comp. Yeah, there's a lot of them where it's like, you know, you're going to go toe-to-toe for a while, so you just go like, all right, I'm just going to drop into the Immortal Comp. And we were talking about this just the other day with the discussion about, like, Tamamo again, and it was like, you don't have to do that. Like, the Immortal Comp is not a requirement. The Immortal Comp is the turn your brain off strategy, not the, like, hey, I need to, like, big brain this. And that is why so many people use it. And, like, even I myself, there are times where it's like I just don't feel like trying too much, so I'm just going to drop into a Immortal Comp because it's the simple, elegant solution to the issue at hand. And you'll see it happen a lot, but there's definitely more custom tailored, like, hard counters to things. Oh, God, I didn't lock that, did I? Hold on. Hold on. I need to go lock that right now. Chat, don't look at my Lotto C's. That would be very bad. Also need to... Oh, I do need to lock that too. That's the unique from OC1. Wait, did I combine all my copies of the... No. Okay, so... Oh, wait. Oh, because I'm about to get the 5th one. Never mind. I was sitting there, I was like, hold on, why do I not have it? Okay, that is Chaos Clause. So this is going to be Advanced Quest Part 15 now. We're actually going in backwards order. Okay, so the goal is to defeat the Chimera enemy alone. The rest of the enemies are considered fodder, but they're important to the quest gimmick. For now, the Chimera is protected by 10 layers of special defense called Hunger, which will mitigate any incoming damages. Right at the start of battle, the Chimera will activate its prey ability and absorbs its own ally. When that happens, the Chimera will gain either critical damage up, or attack, or heal 10k HP. However, it will also lose a layer of hunger, aka special defense, after a turn. Oh, okay, no. Every time it consumes, it'll lose a stack of hunger. After a turn, a new enemy will turn up in the previous place. The contents of the enhancements vary depending on the enemy preyed upon. This is basically the MHXA like exhibition quest to a minor degree, which was admittedly a fun one, but I suspect I'm going to prefer that one more than anything else here. And I suspect that since it starts with 10 layers of it, it's 10% each special defense, which means it starts out with 100%, doesn't it? I don't use non-MLB anyways, yeah. What's up, Contagious? I didn't realize they weren't locked. Oh yeah, I'm a real stickler for making sure I don't accidentally do something with my Cs. I just die from curse and burn and poison. Well, yeah, but that's a longer way of doing it, right? I mean, it only has like 262k here. And I'm like wondering if there's a way that I can get through the special defense or get around it. Into Super Chimera. Oh boy. So basically, it's just going to get even more HP, I assume. Probably just wait 3 turns and one-shot it. Where's the fun in that, chat? You know what? How do I feel about this? Give me Arctic. Who resubbed? IA, they give her the 42 months. Appreciate it, my dude. Hope the new platforms will bring in more new viewers. Yeah, I hope so too. I hope everybody on the new channels is chilling out and relaxing. I got, let's see. Right now, 155 of you over on Twitter. Hello, Twitter. And 1 of you on Kick. But yes, I stream FGO regularly, so you guys can expect a whole lot more FGO streams and even some variety as well. Gonna let that stuff do its work, and then I think I'll delay some of the buffs here. I'm just gonna let the Chimera kind of eat, because I don't think I'll be able to one-shot it without, yeah. Wait, did he lose a stack? The Chimera... No, that is 9. Okay, I was like, hold on, did he eat anyone? Now we're just gonna go to town. I'm gonna start trying to blitz him. I doubt I'm going to actually be able to, but I'm very curious to see, like, just how much I can pull off here. And I'm not going to, like, blow everything. Yeah. Okay, I need him. Yes. Yes, you fool. All right, now we send it, chat. Yeah, I gotta do the Buster lead because I don't have the quick there. Alright, can an NP5 Draco deal with it? My JP one's 120, my NA one not so much. Yep. Yep, that worked. You should do the Roma CEC on Draco. Yeah, I haven't even like kitted her out yet. But that was not a difficult one. I think for most people that'd take you like 3 to 4 turns, and that's just not that hard. Like, that's what I'm saying. A lot of people make a big deal out of some of these. You may not be able to do it as fast as I can, but realistically speaking, some of them are not that hard. The gimmick and understanding it is it's like 95% of the fight. Okay, pages. The quest requires you to defeat the spellbooks alone. Each time a spellbook is eliminated, Kid Gill's HP decreases by 100,000 HP, so the goal is to eliminate at least 6 of the spellbooks. However, this is not an easy task as it seems. If you have enough firepower, it's recommended to shoot for at least 4 consecutive NPs with AoE effects. The spellbooks all have 1 color of resistance and 1 color of resistance down. The most troublesome part about these spellbooks is that they will lock certain abilities of all your servants based off their types. Oh god, yeah, there's NP Seal. The green book has a debuff attack. It will always remove 1 buff from the player's servants. Kid Gill will not attack any of his turns, but he will empower each book with a buff. That will increase their attack output by a bit. When Kid Gill is down to 100,000 HP, he will cast Invincibility for 1 attack on all his enemies' allies. Wait, does Kid Gill have, like, damage resistance up? Because, like... Why would I not just blitz Kid Gill here? You can't hurt him, basically? Okay, that's why I was like, hold on. So they want a AoE with good damage. Well, hold on. Let me see something here. So the books are Sky Attribute. It's 2 of them. 3 of them, yeah. So they're all Sky Attribute. So, damn, if they were Earth. If they were Earth, I would Summer Ibuki them, and I would laugh. Kigela's Resistance? Okay. Sky Attribute we can deal with at least a little bit here. Not too great, but one of the things is we should probably go for either a Rider or Berserker against it. Maybe an Alter Ego, but you need somebody that can kind of keep Noble Phantasming. The problem is, like, I can go for, like, Mordred. Mordred's got amazing NP gain and refund. So, charge won't necessarily be an issue. Damage output's going to be the problem. But we can kind of make do here. I think one of the issues I'm going to run into, though, is going to be how do I, like, kind of go down the stretch? And realistically, how do I deal with, how do I end up dealing with, like, the NP seal and stuff? But, frankly, I'm not too worried about it. We'll go with a normal Mystic Code here with Neo Plug Suit. We're just going to kind of like swap things in as needed. And we'll go. Using Habitrot Marie Rider. Yeah, Habitrot at least has damage output on Surfmo, so you definitely get a little bit more out of that. But was reasonable. Yep, DVR would also manage to do some solid work here. How am I supposed to kill 4 every turn if only 1 is available on the first turn? Okay, anyways. Get the extra charge there. Let's get the Sky attribute from Umu Bride. Rotate. Like I said, once this gets going, I'm not worried about Surfmo's refund. The problem is going to be buff durations and things like that for her. For this first one, we'll go with a Mighty Chain. Just to kind of make sure. It does have Arts Resist down, though, so it's going to die. The problem is going to be when I get an Arts Resist up enemy. Yeah, that died. Oh, actually, I probably should have given her an Invuln Pierce C. I didn't even think about that. Okay, so we got Skill Sealed. That's not too terrible. The remove buffs missed. Can I see what their resistance is? Resistance from quick. Okay, so neither of these two should be a problem yet. So that means I'm going to get a problem on the next round. I had fun trying with Bazette on this one. Wasn't the most efficient, but was fun. Yeah. Okay. Down they go. So, if I could kill 3 here, he'd die, but I don't think there's going to be 3. Oh, well, I at least got 2, but yeah, this is designed basically to screw you. They each have Buster Resist down. Quick Attack Resist. Quick Attack Resist. Okay, none of them have had Arts Resistance yet. That is wild to me that they haven't. I think I'm going to do it like that. Basically, I'm going to put Castoria's MP second in case there is a nasty death effect, but it might not matter. It'll depend if the death effect happens in between this. Okay, it didn't matter. Either way, that should clear any debuffs we have. And give her some juice, because she's going to need it on this last one. Last one has Arts Resist down. And he's going to give it Invincible up. That's not going to do anything to me. Wow, the other one also has Arts Resist down. That is... Oh. Never mind. It said Invincible for 1 attack. That is not 1 attack. That is 3. But I should still be fine, because this one's going to be the one that I should be able to kill with. Assuming I have the damage output here. We'll actually go ahead and write it in with the 2 Castoria arts as well. Still, I need to kill one. Yeah, I think I got really lucky here. In all honesty, like, not that this fight was going to give me too much trouble, but I think like RNG wise, this was pretty optimal. Because I basically just never had anybody that was arts resist. I also didn't get MP sealed. So that worked out pretty much as good as possible. But like I said, that's gonna kind of be the issue there, is like, what do you do if you end up getting hit with it? And actually, I could have gotten hit on the turn that I NP'd with Castoria with an NP seal, and if it landed on Castoria, it would have stopped her from NPing. So there's not a whole lot you can do about that sort of thing, but it is what it is. And Deadly Fang Beast. Oh. Okay, the Mad Massacring King, it looks like. Wait. Deadly Fang Beast, but it's a bone quest. Sure, why not? Okay, to start a battle, the Mad King of Slaughter will gain these buffs for the duration of the entire battle. Raging Madness, Death Fangs of a Beast that cries in fury. This increases own NP damage resistance by 20%, permanent unremovable. This buff is stacked up to 4 times, so it adds up to 80% NP damage resist. Yuck. When the enemy is hit by NPs, 1 stack of the NP damage resistance is removed, but in turn will increase the enemy's critical hit rate by 10%, permanent unremovable. Okay. Affinity for Vermilion Spear takes 4 times damage from the Lancer class permanent. G. Apply Immobilize, Debuff, Immune, permanent unremovable on self. Ah, of course, because they know that what you would do is you would hit him with Shisho and you would stun his ass repeatedly. So, of course, they're going to be like, oh no, he's immune to Immobilize. Apply critical hit effect, permanent unremovable on self. Reduce one enemy's max HP by 1500. Sophisticated Murderous Intent. Will activate the skill once 4 of his NP damage resistance go away. Will gain the following effects. Remove debuffs from self. Charge on MP gauge by 3 bars. Gain 30% attack up for 1 turn. Uses first action on odd numbered turns while not under the influence of skill seal. Will reduce his own HP by 10,000. Reduce one enemy's HP by 5,000. That's disgusting. Reduce one enemy's defense by 10,000. Or sorry, not 10,000, 10%. 2 turns unremovable, and then heal own HP by 10,000. What? He reduces his own HP and then heals it back within the same sequence. What is the point of that? Unless it's like, maybe it reduces his cap, but still. Used on the first action on even numbered turns while not under the influence of skill seal. Increase on MP damage by 30%. Remove 1 latest offensive buff from all players' allies. Activates after first HP bar. After first HP break. Increase own attack by 20%. Permanent. Charge own MP gauge by 2. Additional ticks each turn. Activates at after second HP break. If a player brings in Shisho, either original or summer version, she'll be given a special buff that taunts for 3 turns. Power regeneration up to 10 stars permanent. And critical damage up permanent. However, Coup Alter enemy will have his MP gauge charged to the max instantly 1 time. Yuck. That could be a little spicy, especially since he's immobilized immune. You really want to take a Lancer against him. So a single target Lancer is preferable. I was using my Okuni for this? Yeah, that's not what I would have done. We could try it with Shisho. The problem is going to be I'm going to need a counter for him immediately. Let's see. He is Earth attribute. That looks like song request stopped working. I wonder if he has his defensive buff removal with NP. I assume he does. So we should probably play it accordingly. You do? Oh, great. Actually, this isn't, well, it is a normal coup, but yeah, she doesn't have sure hit. That's what I was like trying to remember is whether or not she did. It's been a hot second since I touched my Shisho, which is a crying shame because I love her. How do I want to handle this? Celtic violence? Yes. What? No, I did not want Paracelsus. I think my finger tapped the other side of the screen as I was trying to tap that side. Not a good idea. Oh, don't worry. I have plans. Whether or not the plans will work are another thing entirely. Plans within plans? Yes. We are planning. Behold chat plans. Might not do anything, but it might buy us a little bit of time. Can he be charmed? Yeah, it's possible. I mean, I'd have to go check what actually falls under immobilize, right? Because I don't remember off the top of my head. I know stun is one. Charm might be. Actually, that's not a terrible idea right there. Why not? Oh yeah, no, I was gonna switch to the stun plugs it, and it's like, nope, never mind, it's not worth. All right, let's see how good we can do. We kind of need to get it done before he has the 4 stacks removed, so we need to like really amp this up. But it's going to be spicy given his damage resistance, so he's only taking 20% damage here, but we're dealing more effective damage against him. So I logically need to front load this crap. And I have to get a little bit lucky. Huh? That feels like that's worded wrong. I'm just trying to think about how I want to handle this. Whew! Thank God for the crit. Oh, what were his break bar effects again? Oh, 2 charges per turn. All right, that's a problem. All right, so we're gonna go back. Oh, hold on, chat. I have to tell iPhone no. There you go, chat. Proof that I play on iPhone. Yeah, my iPhone screams at me all the time for updates. Let's plan again. Yep. We're RNG planning this. All right, we're gonna try to change the seed. It may not matter. Taunt seed time? We already using one. I just need it to actually go off. Yeah, that crit is nasty, dude. That crit's doing like 300 plus K. Like, I could bar pop with that crit. That may be just worth doing. Okay, there we go. Play Fago on PC? Yeah, you have to use emulators. Alright, there's the party rotate. 48%. You little piece of crap. You know what you did. You absolutely know what you did. And I don't like you for that right now. This is spicy. So he lost a stack because I think one of those is crit resistance, right? Yeah. I can get rid of some of it right here, but not all of it. I also don't have any of Shisha's cards. Is this Shisho NP5? Yes. I blame my phone. My screen is smaller. Why are you on your phone? Why are you not on your PC? Let's see if this works. Yeah, like, looking back, I should have just crit the first wave, because the charge is the issue here with Shisho. Oh, God, that's still not enough. Oh, we didn't get a pop. That means he's going to NP on the next turn. Although this does give me an opportunity. How many resistances does he have? Got 3. So this gives me an opportunity to get rid of some of them. Yeah, you can resist that all you want, big boy. God, dude, that 5K, she's dead. Yeah. Okay. Back to the drawing board. Got one more trick up my sleeve. Like I said, I knew that was going to be a problem when I didn't break on that prior turn, because that allowed him to get to his NP this turn. All right, chat, let's see. Actually, I should go back and I should give her that charge. But let's see what the RNG here is. Okay, he actually hit mash with that, so that may have been who the effect was after. Yeah. Okay, she's no longer taunted at least. Taunt is so useful. Yep. Yep. And like you can still do what I did here. I used I obviously used taunt on mash there, but I basically also had taunt on one of the Scotties, right? And that was outrage, and outrage is a C you guys can get from the rare prism shop, so it doesn't have to be anything crazy. Okay, now this one's kind of a like crapshoot here. I can MP him, but I don't have any of the quick ups, and I'm not about to get it. I think we go for it, just because you're not going to get a better opportunity, and you're kind of in a race now. Okay, so we still get about 200k off of that. Hopefully we get some mileage off the crits. We do. All right, we're serviceable range. But this is going to get spicy here in a hurry. Okay, he went after Skadoodle, which means we're not going to get a quick up. Actually, oh my god, why did I not do the attack up? God damn it. Go with that. That'll actually provide us some survivability for right now. And yeah, we're actually going to do the attack up at this point. It's kind of a little bit of a waste, but we're going to full send it with crits, and we're going to pray to God. Oh, the Buster didn't crit. Damn. All right, we just got to survive this turn, so we should have it. He gets full charge. Wow. Oh, what a little asshole. There you go. So I messed that up, and it still worked. Like I said, I actually should have crit him wave 1, and that would have saved charge for the later rounds. And that would have really, really helped things out. Ooh, a lot of bones. But yeah, that was me doing that in almost not as worst as possible, but like pretty close to it. I made like 2 major mistakes there and still managed to get the job done. So that one was difficult, but not like impossible by any stretch of the imagination. And yeah, as like Avalon said, you could have used like people with buff removal resistance stuff that would have stopped. So like Benny Enma, Nightingale Archer, Santa Nightingale, would have actually like stopped his like buff removal gimmick with his Noble Phantasm, which then would have meant that you could actually use defensive capabilities a little bit better there. I was using defensive capabilities mostly to just offset him and require him to like do more stuff. But there were still times that he got through it, and there was nothing we could really do about it. In the end, it worked. Yep, and that's really all that matters. So again, no command seals used, nothing like that. And that's what I've been trying to tell you guys. Like, really, these are time consuming, but they're not that hard. Most of the time, they are a fairly simplistic thing to do, and you just have to actually sit down and kind of spend the time to do it. I know people don't want to do them. I get it. I understand. It kind of sucks, but honestly, if you give it a chance, some of the fights are actually pretty fun. And even then, I think because of the one and done nature of them, like you don't have to go back and do it ever again if you don't want to. So it's better to get it done rather than to keep it hanging around. The amount of advanced quests is just going to go up over time. Though admittedly, we are already like very close to where JP is at in that regard. I kind of showed it to you guys there, but like we are in Advanced Quest Part 16. There are only 17 and 18 over the next 2 years. So you're not going to get a whole lot more, but that's kind of a reason. It's like, go ahead and get some of them done, particularly the ones that have MLB-able CEs. Those are going to be the ones that you guys actually do want to kind of acquire. So even if you don't do some of the other ones, at least go do those, get your MLB, and get out. That way you're good. Interesting, I thought there was a lot more. No, yeah, they have not, like, they did a whole bunch of advanced quests, like, early on. You guys could see, like, Advanced Quest Part 7 had literally 7 of them. Otherwise, you know, the first 2 were 1 each, and then from there, it was 3 at a time. But they really have slowed down on them. They've not kept doing them. And we were talking about this the other day that like I think a lot of it is because like the community in general seems to not like advanced quests. People are just letting them hang around. They're not doing them. And I think a lot of that is because people don't see the value in them. That is to say, like, oh, hey, you know, when we get an MLB, there is value. But for, you know, like the vast majority of these, there's not an MLB available yet. So people are just saying, no, I don't care. I'm not doing them. So I think the devs saw that. They saw the general malaise for it. They realized it was a lot of work to pump these out. And I think they just kind of like put 2 and 2 together and they said, it's a lot of work, it's unappreciated, and we're actually just giving players the capability to farm materials faster. Well, if they don't want it, we don't have to give it to them. I think that's exactly what they did, is they just kind of like said, nope, we're good, not going to do more. I had 33 left now. And that's like, don't try to do them all at once if you guys haven't even touched them yet. Just try to like knock out a couple at a time. Maybe do it on like a day-by-day basis. Set a goal for yourself. Say like, hey, I'm going to do like 3 of them a day. And if you do 3 of them a day over the next couple days, you'll get a lot of them done. Okay? Because even, Chad, even during the Foot Tower event that's coming out, you'll still have a lot of your AP. I'm saying most people probably don't want to like stack this on top of the Foot Tower event because that's a lot of like micromanaging stuff you'd have to do. But I mean, you got nothing else to use your AP on at the moment, so it's not the end of the world to kind of do that stuff. I must never feel the difference when using the CE2. Yeah, you really need like an MLB of your own, and then like an MLB from a friend. And if you get an MLB from a friend, then you have a 50% rate increase. That's actually good, okay? The problem with it is when you're only using an MLB of your own, that's only a 25% rate increase. When you don't even have an MLB, that's like you're getting like 5-10% if you're double stacking them or something. So it's like, yeah, you're not going to feel that because, guys, keep in mind, that is an adjustment to the rate, the existing rate, right? So if you're going to farm on like the bronze materials, they drop so often you might not notice the rate change. If you farmed on gold materials, the rate is so low you might not notice the change. So I guess that makes like silver mats the sweet spot, but we don't have MLB of any of those. Simultaneously, I'm gonna tell you, it's like really where you actually like can get a lot of value and bang for your buck out of farming free quests is usually bronze materials. I don't really recommend sitting on a free quest day after day after day for a gold map because the rate of return there is really low. It's usually better to get those out of events and like lucrative farming opportunities like raids and stuff. But at the end of the day, if you want to do it and you got nothing else to do, go for it. But yeah, it's like, remember, it's just an adjustment to the existing rate. If the existing rate is 5%, then getting a 50% increase to that is now, the rate is now 7.5%. Are you going to feel that? No. But that's like a gold material rate. If the material rate is 60%, as it might be on like a bronze chat, 50% increase to that is now you're at 90%. You're going to feel that. Okay, that's what I'm going to say is like, yeah, the bronze mats are where you actually should feel it. But you got to be taking MLB of both. And that means you got to like find a friend that has MLB or can put one up for you. So, which probably another reason to like join the Discord. We have people on there that you can talk to day in and day out. You can make some friends, get on their accounts, and actually like coordinate what CEs you're using. That is one of the biggest tools and best tools for being part of an FGO community. I highly recommend you guys do that. Even if it's not mine, go be a part of somebody's community. That way you can at least like, you know, again, like coordinate with people and communicate and actually get stuff set up the way you need to be to benefit yourself and your friends. And basically getting 1 dust per run with dual MLBs. Yep. Yeah, it's like you can make your rate just more consistent, right? We've talked about this before too. Like a lot of people, it feels like we just have a really like, what's the term I'm looking for here? Like poor. A lot of people feel like we have a really poor rate of drops in FGO, and if you're doing it the most like dry, inefficient way, yeah, it's gonna feel that way. If you are, like just absolutely going hard on one free quest the whole time, and that free quest doesn't have a good drop rate, it's going to feel rough. Usually patience and taking advantage of various situations to help yourself. That's how you get the most bang for your buck in FGO. Is there a dust bleached earth quest? No. I feel like they keep doing Mana Prism Seas with Bond instead of Bond. Okay, I assume there's something off there. Hey, CC, how's it going, bud? Silver and bronze mats don't feel that bad. You just need more of them. Yep. Yeah, and that's really all it is. Like, again, for anyone that's like never seen it on my account, like, I'm not gonna say that like y'all should expect to get to these levels. I gotta do something about my QP. But like, again, eventually you can get to this point with your account if you guys are actually like sitting down and devotedly farming and doing stuff that you need. You guys can see all of my like skills are not at 10. They're not at 9. But they're all invested in. They're all fairly high, and the only like skills that usually aren't are skills that I deem that are not really worth it at the moment. Otherwise, my account's very well taken care of. Every unit's leveled up. Every unit is FO'd. Every unit has their skills worked on. That's what you should be striving for, like, account-wise for yourself. Get to that point, because we are headed into a tower event where the robustness of your account is going to be challenged. It's not going to be like, oh, you can't do stuff. It's going to be like, people are going to get the event done a lot faster if they have a better and like higher servant count and skills and CEs to complement that, compared to somebody that maybe has a lower skill count or not as good of CEs or not as good of skills worked on. It's going to take them longer. It's going to be a little bit more of a plodding thing to go through the tower. So there is going to be a little bit of an account check there. And it's interesting because we were mentioning this the other day when we were talking about the event, but one of the things you guys should actually understand here is that at the end of the day, you actually kind of, for this tower event, want to take your time, because you're going to be getting craft essences that enhance your bond for it. and therefore you get actually 6 copies of it. You can't take a friend support, so your incentive is to actually run 6 CE teams with basically like all of the bond that you can possibly fit, and then run a 6 servant loadout to fit that. Now, that is going to make you take longer to get through the tower than if you ran a 3 servant loadout, which is the minimum requirement. But you will get a lot more bond that way. So it's up to you to determine how you want to do it. I will warn you guys, though, this upcoming tower event is the slowest tower event you'll ever do. Not just because of that, but because pretty much I think it's like after floor 50. So from floors 50 to 200, so for the next 150 floors, whenever you go into a node, there are new servants. Those new servants, the way FGO handles a first-time occurrence into a node whenever there's a servant there, it will zoom in on the servant. That's going to happen multiple times every single floor after floor 50. And that is gonna take a hot second. That's gonna get really annoying. I bitched about it incessantly when we did it on JP. It was like such a like small inconvenience, but like after time you're sitting there and you're just like, oh my god, I just want to like get this done. Please just let me skip this. And it wouldn't let you skip it. There's nothing you can do. You have to wait it out every time. So it gets kind of rough in that regard. But yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna say pace yourself. Try to make sure you guys are actually like getting everything you need in that regard, and like managing to keep your AP down. Also, it could definitely be a good idea to like maybe before you go do your first run, like do a storm pod or something. Get your AP spent down a little bit so that you're not sitting there like at cap doing 1 AP at a time, stressing out about it. Like go spend some AP first, then go into the tower, start getting your stuff done. Did the team setup bug get fixed? I don't know. I know we were having issues with like here on NA. Could do Brave Ellie's strengthening. So if I go to like change this, yeah, no, that it seems like something did get fixed because that's way faster. So like when we were doing it before, if you wanted to go from the party select and setup screen, and you wanted to change a unit and you clicked into it, there would be lag and it would like take a hot second, which was worrisome because I was like, you know, like for day-to-day stuff, who cares? It's not a big deal. But as we go to head into the tower event, it's like if that happens every time you're trying to change a servant, oh man, that's gonna suck. So I'm glad if they fix that. It looks like it got caught, regardless of whether or not they reported it as an issue. Actually, how's my backline bond on double X coming here? Gotta get double X to like bond 12 or bond 13, I think. Oh, so worried my phone is going bonkers? Nah, you're fine. It just is an issue with this. They did mention it in the issues tab in the news. Okay, good. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to look. Just acknowledge. I mean, to be fair, they may have put a like temporary fix out, and they may not be sure if it's completely resolved themselves. But yeah, as long as it's dealt with, not gonna get any complaints from me on that stuff. Oku feelings? Oh yeah, Oku. I mean, at least in Oku, you don't have to do too much, right? Like Oku, I got the best composition for you right here for Oku, chat. It works in like 90% of Oku nodes. Castoria, and you can do double Castoria if you want, or like Shufu as well, all right? Just 2 art supports. And then, oh god, what's his name? Why am I forgetting it? Alter Ego Boy chat from Sea Monster Crisis. Why am I not remembering it? Tai Sui, thank you, God. Yeah, Tai Sui and 2 art supports, you will breeze through like 90% of Oku and barely ever have to change your party. It's hilarious. Yeah, Tai Sui is great for that stuff. And it's really funny, like, going back to old content like that and just seeing how, like, oh, all of a sudden we have a new servant in the game that's come out in the past couple months, and boom, it just trivializes that old event. That I'm not going to say Oku was hard by any stretch of the imagination, but it just, like, it makes it a joke, and you just, like, go right through it. Do you need to finish the main interlude to get the comma and EC? Yes. Yes, you must do the main interlude if you want those specific CEs that are tied to it. There's one tied to Oku, and there's one tied to Imaginary Scramble. If you want them, you must do the associated main interlude, which sucks. I hate that that's the case, chat, but that's why I wanted to, like, spread the word and get the warning out there ahead of time. It's mostly cavalry fights. Yeah, it's all casters and assassins for the most part. The occasional rider as well. But that's also why, like, I'm not worried about Oku. I'm like, yeah, if I ever need, I'll just sit down and I'll just, like, hammer it out and it'll just be easy. Had to rush through Scramble on my JP back then for Yangtze. Yep. Yeah, I think it's Yang and Kama are the two that are locked behind. Kama is Oku and Yang is Scramble. And hello, Elda. I'm slugging through Oku now. Yeah, go for it. Like, Oku's actually still really good, if for no other reason than you actually get a ton of courts from doing it. So, like, if you guys haven't taken the time and you're worried about, like, your upcoming Annie or summer rolls, go actually sit down and do Oku. It's really good for you. Me, I'm gonna pull out the wallet either way, so it don't matter. It's gonna be a thing. Scramble isn't at least too annoying given the QL. Yeah, they made Scramble easier on the rerun. I don't know why they didn't with Oku. It was really weird to me that they just, like, kind of phoned in Oku and made it, like, really just, oh, hey, do everything all over again. And you're like, bro, please. Please no. I really want Zerctoria? Go for it. MLB. I think I'm already ahead on points, and points are the only thing I'm gonna have. So if anything, let me actually turn the point CE off, because I cannot imagine that's gonna be a thing for me. Also, I'm really tight on refund here, so it's gonna have to be a Castoria that I need on sport. We started Scramble and never did anything else with it. Scramble, like I said, it has new quality of life, so it actually makes clearing the map way easier. Like, there's no, like, resource requirement for clearing map, so you just can go through and you can just clear everything and then go back and do each of the fights one by one if you want. Tedious, but you can do it. As opposed to, like, before, when you were actually doing the event, you had to acquire the, like, sonar currency and then do it, and it just really slowed you down. The fast forward feature, yeah, that too. Really, really nice in that regard. Oh, I got rid of the pillar man. Ah, no, come here. Pila man. There we go. Getting him bonded up. Actually, who else do I need to bond on JP still? And in case anyone is curious, yes, my grand was, that's right, a saber face. None of you guys know me. If you've never watched me before, you've never seen me, I am the saber face guy. It is what I do. So at this point, I'm nearing NP5 of every saber face on both servers, NA and JP. Still a couple I have left to get on JP. NA is completely done in that regard. And I have an entire like support list at this point. Well, it's probably better to show rather than tell. You'll see here in a minute when we get done with the node. I'm simply shocked and appalled. Yeah, I mean, chat that's been watching me for years knows it's who I am. I can't believe Cad would grant a saber face. Yeah, how could I do that too? Checks notes. Oh wait, the saber faces. Oku's like corridor next arrow. Yeah, my biggest complaint with Oku is that you had like flavor text on every node, which was cool, but it slowed it down because you'd have to like select through and then you'd think it's going into the node and then it plays the flavor text and then you have to like press it again to actually go into the node. So I can't tell you how many times when I was playing Oku, I would like do that, go like set my phone down, go do something, come back, and the flavor text is sitting there and I still haven't loaded into the node. And I'd be like, God damn it. Yeah, I mean, I like the fact that you can actually switch your grands. I think it's going to be great. One of the things I'll probably end up doing here soon, too, is we're going to end up making a little bit of a primer, I think, for the Berserker Grand month that'll come out here for JP, because that's going to be next month here. And I'm sure, to a degree, it's going to be a little bit harder as people are going to be like, wait, like, what do I do? Like, how do I prep? And it's going to be like, well, here are some of the units you guys can work on. Because there's going to be units that I think are going to have a little bit support capacity issues for their entire class. Berserker is going to be one of them. There are Berserkers that do have supportive capabilities, but there's not a whole lot. So we're going to have to like kind of fine tune that guide for you guys a little bit. Berserkers this month? Sorry, yeah, I'm still in May in my brain. But we'll probably have that in the next like 2 weeks-ish. What about Nightingale? Nightingale would be one of them. I'm not sure who my JP Berserker will be. Oh. Yeah, I'm not sure either. What do you guys think I should choose? I don't know. Kind of tough. Admittedly, like my Berserkers on JP are not that like hyper stacked, but I do have some decent ones. Morgan? So it won't be Morgan out of pure spite. Do you know how many GSSRs I've put towards this woman on JP? And she refuses. She refuses to show up after that first copy. I think it's jealousy because of all the other copies of Artoria that I have. Cad didn't even grail Echan SMH. To be fair, my Echan was a later acquisition on my JP. Like, I think I've had Morgan longer than I've had Echan. But don't worry, chat. Eventually. All in good time. I have to have something to work towards, okay? Like, the problem is the 120 system came out, and so I've been, like, a little bit fixated on that. Like, actually, I didn't realize how close I am to all 120s on a support list on JP. I literally just need MHX done. Do I have the coins for MHX, though? Well, I know who my destiny order is going to be for assassin. What berserkers do you suggest for Grand? I'm gonna be real with y'all. Put whoever you want. One, because you can change it, and two, because frankly speaking, we still don't know what the like in-game content is going to be that requires them. So like, it could be that it's a major boss battle against a single boss. Well, that's going to make single targets more valuable. It could be that it's like some AoE like farm bonanza, like like an AoE raid. So it's like maybe a like Apocrypha style thing, and then that's going to make AoEs way more valuable. I couldn't tell you at this current point in time. I have no idea. All I can tell you is that I am still the like psychopath that's going to go Grand to support unit, so it doesn't matter. And if you're worried about it, prep like a substitute, right? Like get a second unit to level 100. I've seen people that are like, man, I have no idea who to Grand and stuff, and like that's fine. I get like having too many options. I don't get the people that seemingly like have no option, because it's like just pick one, just go with it. That being said, I do think we are at this point in the game now where they're putting so much behind Grail usage that they probably do need to, for better or worse, allow some sort of system to remove Grails from a character. Because I think, like, as a more veteran player, I've got Grails to spare, but as a newer players aren't necessarily going to have, like all that type of capability, right? Like, they might not have built up a, like, slew of Grails to help them out. So that's a little bit more iffy at that point. On NA, we have enough time in Grails to get an AoE and single target of each of the 7 main classes to level 100 in 2 years. Yeah, I believe it. And then there's me. Well, actually, let's just go all the way back to the first one. It's like I said, my NA is closer than my JP, but has the exact same issue. I'm actually coin locked right now. I technically need to roll another copy of Double X, which there's no chat. There's no Double X on Raid Up right now, is there? Oh, I need to do the FP roll. You missed it? That's fine. Removes the temptation. Mr. by 2 days? Nope. Don't tell me that yet. When did they have the coin change? Coin change was until 9th Annie. Because, yeah, that just stops the temptation of me rolling more copies of her, because I already have NP5. And I'd rather not. I'd rather bond her. That free SR is coming? Yeah, which won't be until, like, I think, what, October? So, like, it's there, but I'm gonna have to wait a bit. Or is it September? I don't remember. But, either way, I think it's a download campaign. No. Is it 3,000 days that gives it to us? I think it's 3,000 days. September 10th? Yeah. Yeah, which is the reason we know the specific date. I'm gonna have to make a video for that, too, chat. All in good time. Always a slim chance we can get coin change early, but most likely they keep it 9th Annie to try and milk it for us for all it's worth. Yeah, I think you could get the coin change early, but I doubt it. I'm gonna be real with y'all right now. there is something that will set me off. I will be upsetty spaghetti if coming up at Annie this year on an A, we do not get the like Aniplex portal to sync our accounts and be able to purchase quartz through that instead of the app stores. If we don't get that this Annie, I am going to raise a stink. I am going to make videos about it. I'm going to call them out, and I'm not going to let up until it happens. I will give them until Annie. If they don't come out with it at Annie, it will have been an entire year. JP just celebrated having the website for an entire year. If they don't bring it for us, I'm going to lose my shit on them. And they can sit there and be like, oh, but you can't expect it early. No, bullshit. We all know this is something that affects each of our bottom lines that spends money on the game. This is something that affects every player, even in spite of that, for the account binding alone. If they don't actually give that to us, they are just willfully neglecting and being lazy and trying to milk us. And that is going to set me off. Because it's lewd? Nah. Isn't it cheaper through the Aniplex store? Yes. How much cheaper are Saint Quartz on their store? I'd have to go back and look. I think it's 5% on average, but it ends up, I think like we've had like sales where it's gone even higher. NA is the only server without a method to buy Saint Quartz like that. Yeah, and it's like, I'm tired of it. I don't even care if it's a legal issue. Figure it the hell out. If Aniplex can't figure it out, what the heck are they producing the game in the States for? It like, other games have figured it out. If they can't, down with Aniplex. Get rid of Aniplex as the publisher. I don't care. I will literally go on that warpath. That will set me off. Because it's like, I'm being patient right now. I've given them a year to figure this out. And I figure anniversary is a big enough time for them to announce and do something about that. But if they don't do it at Annie, I'm going to lose my crap on them. Due to the Epic case? Yeah. It doesn't make sense for them not to do it since it does get them money for it. It could be just simply that they don't want to have to go through the effort of setting up an entire portal service. But like I said, I don't care. I'll make videos on it. I will absolutely farm them. And it will be a rage farm, and I will not feel bad. Like, there are certain things about this game that I've told people. It's like, people get upset over things that are like inconsequential. Things that don't matter. Things that are like stupid, fanboy, pedantic, bullcrap arguments. That's affecting people losing their account. That's affecting how much people have to pay in this game. That is huge. That is the biggest issue that you could possibly have. And it has been an issue for the entire history of the game. In the sense that, like, again, I can't tell you how many people I've known over the years that have quit FGO because they have lost their account. So they need to get that in place yesterday. They need to absolutely do everything they can to try to figure things out and resolve things. Also, hello, CZ. I see you over there too. But like, yeah, I can't fathom it. I don't know why. And hopefully it gets done here. If not, I will go crazy. I need account binding ASAP. Yep. Like I said, to me, it's just something that like we as a community should demand of them. If they don't provide it, that should be our line in the sand. That should be our like, all right, come on, we've given you an entire year. Like, any number of members of the community could go get a website set up, like, with an actual accessible portal and shop and everything in, like, a week, compared to giving them an entire year and they can't seem to get it done, right? Is that going to be an issue if you have multiple accounts? It might be, but what you would do is you would create multiple accounts on the website, I would think, at that point. The same core it's buying isn't required to give us the login connection. Yeah, like I said, and to a degree, that's fine. I'm still going to get upset about the same core it's buying thing, but yes, I think by far the bigger issue there is not having the account binding. It is current year, and FGO still doesn't have it, and we've been saying this for years now. So it's like, I don't understand how NA keeps screwing the pooch in that regard. Like, I'm not going to put this one on the Aniplex of America guys yet, but there is a point where, like, if we don't get it for anniversary, I'm going to have to call them out and say they're basically complicit in it at that point. That they're not raising enough of a stink to the JP overlords if it's not happening, right? Like, if they can't get the job done because they're not giving the time or the budget to do it, that's not technically on them. But if they're also not raising it as a concern to their bosses, that is. So there's a point where you have to kind of apply that pressure, whether or not it's fair to the workers at all, because it's the only action the consumer has, right? And it's nothing personal against them at that point. Well, I imagine an NA version of the site might have alternative means of pay. Like, for instance, I can't pay with I can't pay with PayPal on the JP end, but that's because it's JP, and they won't let me pay with PayPal over there. Whereas, like, on the American end, yeah, I would expect to be able to pay with PayPal. I would expect to be able to pay with any number of merchants, basically, for online stuff. And they legitimately have a fix that's working on JP. To put that even more into perspective, Wood, they have a fix that's working on literally every other server. Taiwan, China, Korea all have something like this. Only America doesn't. Only quote-unquote global does not. And that's wild that that's the case. Like, I have been a very patient person. I've seen numerous people call them out for this over the years. This will be my line in the sand. It's arbitrary, sure, but I am just saying enough is enough after that point. If they don't do it, it's time to call them out for it. Lets you pay with crackhead's dirty $20 bill. Only good part of their store. Yep. Have we gotten a survey this year? I think we got one earlier in the year, didn't we, chat? We got the NA one. We haven't had a JP one, I think, is where we're at. Oh, thank you, Twitch. Hey, guys, did you know that 2 days ago, I just got the notification, 2 days ago, I completed the path to affiliate on my channel. What? I'm a freaking Twitch partner. Why are you telling me that I completed path to affiliate? Like, huh? What? Look, if you don't believe me, I have no idea, man. Which makes sense, I swear, dude. And this is why people make fun of them sometimes, right? Because sometimes they're like, what are you doing? Like, why? I don't understand it for the life of me. And it'll just have to remain to be seen, I guess. it's not worth it until we can make more money off of it. Pretty much. That is the problem with Twitch, and that's why, like I said earlier, I think I can foresee a set of circumstances in where like Twitch only has about a decade left, and then it just kind of is like sold off. And it may be less than that. That's me being generous. Still Skyrimming? Yeah, I've been modding Skyrim. I have 148 active mods now. We're getting up there. I don't think I can actually like play with you guys tonight because unfortunately I installed, so if you guys understand anything about Skyrim, okay, I installed a mod where, so for streaming purposes, I have the quote unquote never nude version of Caliente's body installed. That means that like if you remove the articles of clothing from somebody, there is underwear underneath. Well, I installed some armor mods and I noticed, and I haven't like gotten to test them all fully, I noticed that some of them, like when you wear a piece of armor, there is nothing underneath. And I went like, that's not safe. I can't stream that. So it's like, I've got to like figure out a solution for that in the time being. Schrodinger's pantsu, back at it again. Yep. You fucked up? No, I mean like, to a degree, it's nothing I did. It's the modder fucked up. More than anything. Just don't loot armor, easy, but I need to. I need to spend monies. My hubby has a mod that enhances the human body, as it were, except on the dudes when they die. Certain parts of them helicopter, so he had to uninstall it. Ah, schlongs of Skyrim. I know exactly what you're talking about. Good old schlongs. Yeah, it's funny. I'm painfully aware of some of the NSFW mods on Skyrim. I usually just get like lewd mods. I don't do anything like sexual with it ever. And it's really funny to see like just the sheer links that people have gone to with the like Skyrim mods in that regard. Why did CAD know it? You literally have to. If you install a mod, it'll be like, hey, do you want this compatibility patch installed for schlongs of Skyrim? And you're like, no, I don't. You're like sitting there like, holy crap, that's a thing. And yeah, no, it is. It's just like, there's an entire, like a lot of people use Nexus mods, right? But there's an entire like separate site called Lovers Lab where like if you are a mod that is NSFW, you're usually over there. But also any mod that has been banned off Nexus has also gone to Lovers Lab. So it's really hilarious to see that it's just like the repository for like everything, kind of in the same way like Kick is for Twitch. It's the repository for everything that like Nexus doesn't like. He uninstalled it too because he didn't want the dudes enhanced. Understandable. They forked off because Nexus started getting real controlling, wasn't it? Yeah, there's a like Nexus has been really bad over time. And like I would happily move to a new site, no questions asked, but only if that site can like get the same body of mods that Nexus has. It doesn't even need the same functionality that Nexus has as a site. It just needs the mod list. So I wish that mod authors would actually install their stuff multiple like locations, but sometimes they don't. They just go to the Nexus because it's easy. So Lovers Lab is based, yes, unfathomably so. had a My Little Pony mod for a while. Was that NSFW too? The sad part is, if you know the internet, you know that is a thing. I think my hubby also had a mod that installed the whole Legend of Zelda quest line where you could get the Master Sword. Oh yeah, no, that's definitely been a thing. Playing Fallout London right now, and it's a hoot. Oh, I haven't touched any of the, like, major overhaul mods like Fallout London. I know Skyblivion's in the works for Skyrim. I think there's one for Morrowind as well. Like, I haven't touched any of those, but I've heard, like, great things about some of them. Don't go there, that's hell you're walking into. Literal hell I'm walking into. Skywind, yeah. The real question will be, will something like Skywind or Skyblivion be, like, actually compatible with each other? Like, will you be able to just install both and play them both at the same time? And the thing that worries me is, like, I'm not even sure that the architecture of Skyrim can handle such a thing. Because I feel like given enough time, people are just going to, like, they're going to port, like, every area of the world into Skyrim. People are going to go steal stuff from Elder Scrolls Online, turn it into the actual Skyrim variant of it, and put it in Skyrim. Assuming they can, right? I think we had a Marry Anyone mod. That makes sense. Because, like, the game is really restrictive with marriages for some odd reason. GTA 5 in Skyrim before GTA 6? Probably not. Because cars. I mean, like, if it was just the map, maybe, but... Their dog meat is perfect for Fallout London. Is it a corgi? I get the feeling it's gonna be. To be Oblivion in Skyrim's engine, so you wouldn't want to install it alongside Skywind anyways. That won't stop people. People will just take the map changes and bash it together. Spiff had a mod that was a corgi? I believe it. I love Spiffing Brit. He's great. Like ROM hacks and just replace the whole game? Probably. I mean, I know that's the case with, like, is it Indorol, I think, for Skyrim? Like, some of them are so comprehensive that you're advised to, like, do a new playthrough and, like, back everything up ahead of time, because it basically just... You're not playing Skyrim anymore. You're playing a completely different game in the Havoc engine. Now, chat, how many of you guys got the Switch 2? Just out of curiosity. And have any of you guys had a chance to play it yet? Yeah, I'm going to be really interested to see just how popular the Switch 2 is. Because I feel like there's a lot of, like, buzz and hype about it, but also at the same time, I feel like there's not a lot of people buying it. So I'm not sure how to feel about it at this point. Like, I myself didn't get it. But mostly because, like, again, I didn't really condone the pricing structure that they were pushing out there. And we'll have to see, like, over time if that is more of the status quo or if they revise that. Haven't given Nintendo money since Game Boy Color, so no. Yeah. Yeah, it's really funny because I think a lot of people were obviously aware that Nintendo could be, like, assholes on, like, the copyright front and stuff, but I think a lot of people were thinking that Nintendo was, like, one of the good guys with regards to, like, hardware and game sales. And I think the Switch 2 debacle has kind of made a lot of people wake up in that regard and be like, wait, hold on. Like, why are they doing this? There's nothing worth getting on it right now, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, like, the big thing that I want is the new Metroid game, which actually, chat, we gotta find the time. I gotta play, like, Metroid 2 and Metroid 3 with you guys at some point. We beat the Metroid 1 remake, but I gotta find a way to be able to play it with you. As far as I know, I don't think they're available on the Nintendo eShop. Did I play Zero Mission? No. We want the Ninja Gaiden game? So, fun story, chat. They gifted me the entire Master Collection for no other reason than they thought I would like it, and I have not ever installed it. Even once. Doesn't mean, like, it's not a good game. I just have never installed it because I've always just had more stuff that I wanted to do. But it's really interesting to me because I never, like, went out of my way to, like, ask them for it or anything like that. I just got an email one day and like, hey, we think you'll like this. Here's keys. And I was like, huh? I was like, because I'm so used to, like, as a streamer, whenever someone gives me a key, there's usually, like, a promotional attachment to it where it's like, it's understood. It's like, okay, you need to stream our game. You need to promote our game. Here's all the relevant details. Like, here's maybe a campaign associated with it, yada, yada, yada. That is still the only time that I've ever just had a game from a AAA developer where they just threw the key at me and said, here. No strings attached. So I was just like, all right, cool. I'll take it. I'll play it if I ever get the time. You said they played the Metroid 1 remake? Sorry, what's the 3D spin-off of Metroid, chat? Why am I not remembering the name? Prime, thank you. Yeah, it's Metroid Prime 1 remake is what I played. And that's what I was saying. I gotta play Prime 2 and Prime 3. And right now I don't think those two are available in, like, normal capacity. So that might be an emulator thing, which would then make Nintendo very angry if they ever found out. But it's also one of those cases where it's like, what am I supposed to do? You don't sell them. At least I think, right? Like, I'd have to go look again. But I remember talking with somebody about this, like, last month. I think it was Ash, and we determined it's like they weren't available. But the update for the Switch was erasing game saves? That sounds monk-ass. I would hope not, right? And G1 has some rough spots, but solid. They really hit their stride with Ninja Gaiden 2. So, are the Ninja Gaiden series, like, harder than the Souls series? Because I've heard people liken it to the Souls series, but say that it's worse. Because, like, the Souls series is about the limit for, like, this is my pain tolerance in a game. Like, I like a challenge, but then there's also, like, you're just being masochistic. Probably similar. Yeah, like that's what I'm like wondering is do I need to watch or not watch? Do I need to like do I need to play other similar type of games to be able to like grasp how Ninja Gaiden works? Because like for instance, if I had never played a Souls game, if I had never played a fighting game, if I had never played Monster Hunter, going into playing Neo, I would have been freaking lost. Like Neo is so mechanically complex and is full of so many like little tidbits and things that like if you don't have some kind of like foreknowledge, you're never going to grasp it, I feel like. People who were good at the Souls games can't handle Ninja Gaiden. I don't know how to like process that though, because like there's different levels of skill, and like being good at one game usually revolves around you understanding the like rule set of the game. Quite a few years ago though, yeah. But yeah, I don't think Ninja Gaiden's going to be on the plate anytime soon. I'd say it's comparable to Devil May Cry 3, while more difficult, I think. Devil May Cry is the other one I need to play. My coworker was telling me, like, and I didn't realize this, but apparently my coworker has played the Devil May Cry series as well. And he's not like a super gamer, but he's definitely somebody that like plays video games from time to time and enjoys it. He's a lot more, I think, into like racing sims and stuff like that. But no, he was telling me about it, and I was just like, man, if even he's played it, it's like I really gotta like sit down and actually like play this myself. Don't play Devil May Cry 2, you'd be bored from tears. Are you saying that because the story sucks, or are you saying that because I would just spam guns the whole time and murder everything, which wouldn't bother me? Yes. So yes to both. The joke is DMC2 is the best game. Have you heard of I Wanna Be the Guy? No. You didn't finish Devil May Cry. No, I'm not done with the first one. We're like... I don't know. I don't know if Ash is still here. I think I'm like, what, like maybe halfway through the first game? DMC1 is outdated but fun. It is. It is fun, but fuck that camera. That camera is so ass. All my homies hate that camera. Okay, like I can handle like tank controls to an extent, but there's a point where that camera is purposefully like ass. They straight up made it so that you could never actually look at certain enemies. Like that freaking owl enemy in the arena? Nah, man. That camera is the actual enemy. You're not fighting the owl, you were fighting the camera. It is Nameless King on steroids. I've watched someone play through the newest one and it looked good. Yeah. Camera back in the day was dookie. Yeah, it's like that's my only complaint about the game. It is like literally just the camera is straight ass. also that like, and this is just a general problem with older games, but whenever you go back and you play an older game, you have like no concept of what to do sometimes, because older games usually either gave you like a pamphlet or there was a lot of like guide content out there, and players are so used to being handheld now that like it's not an immediate thing for us to go like, oh, okay, I need to like go do this, I need to go look up that. It's like instead you will just bash your face into the wall over and over again expecting things to change and then get frustrated with it. But that's just, like I said, that's a generalistic problem with older games. Watching that is funny. Yeah. Maybe for you. Super frustrating for the person going through it, right? Is Sons of Sparta mode the like just most difficult mode? Or is it like actually something there? Get down on it. Get down on it. Highest difficulty. Different is more correct? Yeah. Well, I was wondering if it was just like a difficulty increase or if it changed stuff. You just need to adjust how older games are? Okay, that... Yeah, I mean, like, older games, I think the mentality was always that they came from, like... They came from, like, the tabletop era of, like, hey, you need to pay attention to everything, hey, you need to read everything, and that was rewarded if you did, and it was punished if you didn't. As opposed to, like, now modern video gaming has gotten to a point where they just go, like... Oh my god, these idiot gamers, they're so stupid. We have to handheld them through everything. And so that's unfortunately what they do, and thus they never teach you how to like actually play the game. They just constantly keep like throwing feedback in your face the whole time. Though to be fair, I also get it too, because like I think like back in the day when I used to play video games, I used to play them like multiple times in concurrent sittings. Now it's very frequent that I can like set a game down and not play it for a couple of months and then have to pick it back up. And like you'll forget stuff. So I do understand the need to like change and adjust stuff like that so that you don't end up in that same situation. Easy, normal, hard, very hard, Son of Sparta, Dante must die. Oh yeah, Dante must die. I remember hearing about that. I have no concept of the difficulty level. Ugh, but I do know that like people make a big deal about playing in it. Games nowadays just keep throwing text walls to try to force you to learn instead of making it intuitive. Yeah, there's a lot to be said about making a game's design good in many ways. And it has been a thing since the first game, yeah. I hadn't played it in so long and I didn't remember the controls. Yeah, no. It's definitely a problem where you're just like, oh my god. Some games, like, for instance, chat, I hadn't played Monster Hunter in like a month now. And then there was the scarf thing, and I had to go back in on like one of my lunch breaks and like kill a full Garanganath twice to get it. And I walked right in, and I was like, wait, how do I do this again? And I like played with it for like a second. I was like, oh, okay, I got it back. And then immediately went right back in and just started like countering the Anjanath and like tossing him about and just like destroying him with my greatsword. Okay. Then there's other games where I go back and I am the most obtuse person for it. And I will try to relearn it. And I will just sit there and I'll be like, oh my god, I cannot fathom this. I cannot figure it out again. Any thoughts on the Time Crisis and House of the Dead series? No, I can't say I'm really familiar with them. throw me out there naked and afraid. I don't mind that to an extent. Like straight up, that is how I am with Conan. And that's how I've always been. Like a survival game, I don't know anything. I just know that in general I need to survive and I probably have to build some sort of base. And so I actually thoroughly enjoy going into those types of scenarios and just being like, oh my god, what do I do? How do I do this? And having to figure stuff out. But then there's also like times where it's like the game throws you in naked and afraid, and then it fucks you over and over and over again. You just keep getting like repeated like bad concurrences and events, and it's not like fair at that point. I don't mind harsh but fair, but if it's just unfair, that just annoys me and I just stop playing usually. I just think that because like I look at it from again, like obviously the player standpoint, but y'all know me, like I'm somebody that likes to look at things from a developer perspective. And if I can look at something from a developer perspective and go like, that's stupid and ass, I don't know why they would do that. That's not a good thing, right? Like that's a bad sign if I feel that way about a game looking at it through the developer lens. Because if I go like, as a developer, I would have never made that choice. I can't even fathom why they would have. It's not going to make me like the game at all. House of the Dead is great. The voice acting is top notch. Well, that's what I was thinking. Is like maybe in the short term here we go for some, obviously like continue to play Skyrim here for a little bit, but maybe we go for some Metroid Prime if I can manage to find a way to play it, and then also like as we start getting closer to like Halloween, start going into the Devil May Cry series because I feel like that fits Halloween a little bit better. Stopping an RPG for a while and then trying to remember what I was doing. Yeah, it can be tough too. I have a huge problem with that with RPGs because RPGs are long games and I don't have as much time for them nowadays. So then I inevitably like set them down, forget where I was, and like it totally kills my desire to pick them back up because you feel like you've forgotten the story. I liked Legend of Zelda 2. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Later, King. Have a good one. I'm like that with Persona 5 currently. I'm the same way with like Metaphor. Like I never finished Metaphor because I had to like set it down, and now I'm like, this happens to me with so many RPGs and I hate it. I wish RPGs were more fun to play with you guys on stream, because if they were, I would have no qualms about playing them, but instead then I forget, I set them down, I forget them, and two things occur. One, I feel bad if I was playing it on stream, because then I go like, man, I feel like I should play it. But then I think, oh, well, it's now not the hip thing, so no one cares. Feels bad, should play, no one cares. Okay? And then simultaneously, you get the whole like, man, I've forgotten where I'm at. I've forgotten what I was doing. And I feel like if I were going to start it, I'd need to restart. But then I know that there's like an inevitability problem of the same thing is going to happen again. And it sucks. I play Fire Emblem and Lunatic at the start. Like, the first time through, I don't think I would. But like, playing strategy games on harder difficulties never bothered me. I love playing strategy games on hard difficulties. I haven't played a good strategy game in a hot second. Though, to be fair, I'm not going to say I'm like burnt out, but a lot of strategy games I feel like just aren't doing it for me anymore because they're kind of like all simplifying themselves, except for like the grand strategy games, which are like way too time consuming, way too much. Expert difficulty the first time around was really fun. Was expert the hardest or the second hardest? Every game hardest difficulty first run? Yeah, some people like it. It was the hardest? Okay. I was gonna say, I don't think I'm on the hardest. I think I'm on like whatever's under the hardest. It was funny though, because as I was playing it a little bit, people in VIP are like, oh man, this boss is gonna fuck you up, and I one-shot the boss. And I'm not saying that makes me good or anything, but I've noticed this is a perpetual thing. Whenever somebody tells me a boss is going to be hard, that boss is somehow not hard for me. And then whenever somebody's like, oh no, don't worry, this boss is easy, that boss is like the hardest boss I've ever fought in the history of gaming ever. Like, inevitably, it's like, oh, this is like the stupid easy boss. And I'm like, oh, thank God. And I let my guard down, and then I just get super frustrated because I can't beat it. VIP doesn't know the power cat has. No, it's just, it's funny, right? Like, I've noticed that that's always the issue. I'd love to see you play Final Fantasy VIII or Final Fantasy VI. I'd love to see me play Final Fantasy X. The problem is if I play Final Fantasy X, Final Fantasy X is one of those ones where I play it just irregularly enough that I forget things in it, but I still remember all the meta strats. So it's like I forget fights and it resets in my brain, but I still remember how to do everything. Lightning dodging stream, let's go. I have gotten Lulu's legendary weapon like either 3 or 4 times. Please don't ask me to dodge the lightning again, chat. Let's get you to play Chrono Trigger. I have never finished Chrono Trigger. I did start it and play through it some, so like I understand what it's about, but I never actually like completed it. What the fuck? Listen, it is what it is. Chat, come on. Come on. I'm waiting on them to do a 3D Chrono Trigger remake that inevitably warps the story so that I can't possibly fathom or understand what the original was like. To be fair, chat, you guys got to understand this too, okay? Like, you can tell what happened to me as a kid. So, as a kid, okay, I got hand-me-downs. So, like, as a kid, I played a bunch of sports games. Why? Because that's what my brother played. And it wasn't until, like, finally my brother went off to, like, college. And, like, I was kind of like, well, actually, no. I think it was maybe a little bit before he went off to college. But I want to say it was, like, probably, like, middle school-ish. Probably towards the end of it, finally my parents were like, all right, you can get games that you want. Like, gaming wise, as a kid, I was repressed because my parents dictated everything that I played, and I could only play the things that they wanted me to, which is wild, okay? Because I still remember, like, my mom, like, as a freshman in high school, my mom just up and buying me Grand Theft Auto. And I was like, and sorry, when I say buying it for me, using my money, okay, to be clear, using my money, but going and getting the game for me because, you know, like, I was at school. And I was just like, So you wouldn't let me play RPGs as a kid. But then you'll literally go, and this was Vice City, okay, chat. You'll literally go buy the game based off chainsaw murdering hookers and blow. I'm like, what are you teaching me here? Yeah, Vice City's fantastic. Like, but Japanese stuff is satanic. Now, I mean, like, the very first game I ever bought for myself was Majora's Mask, chat. And it was fantastic. I loved it. I loved every second of it. It's why Majora's Mask will always have a special spot in my heart. Okay? But, like, yeah, it was not really until that point that I was ever even able to buy anything on my own. And even then, it was always restricted to, like, whatever I can get with my allowance. Like with the chores I was doing and, like, going and working for my dad as a kid and stuff like that. That literally was the only way I was able to buy games that I wanted. Everything else was, like, hand-me-downs. Everything. So, when it comes to RPGs, chat, I'm aware of so many RPGs. But have I played them? No. No. Which sucks, because I love RPGs. Anti-D&D kick, but had no problem if I said I was going to go play Call of Cthulhu with friends, dude. Time to learn how to steal a car and beat a hooker? Pretty much, yeah. Xenogears or Lunar Silver Star Story? I'm not familiar with Lunar Silver Star Story, so it's going to be Xenogears. Also because, even though I haven't played Xenogears, I have at least seen people play it. I can tell that the soundtrack was done by Raman Djawadi, which is the same dude that did Iron Man, because it sounds like Iron Man. Xenogears gets wacky as fuck, yeah. First Pacific Rim movie was actually cool. What's wrong with the second Pacific Rim? I haven't seen it, Chad. I've only seen the first one. What's wrong with the second one? A second-hand store? Nice, AFK. What, second Pacific Rim? Oh, come on, it can't be that bad, right? It's the sequel. Surely it's got to be better than the first. It's like the Tsukihime anime. Can't you play Fire Emblem 11? It's great for beginning and advanced as well. I have started... Okay, chat. No, you're going to bring up something and it's going to piss you off. I have started playing Fire Emblem Three Houses, but then I dropped it because I got busy with other stuff. Like, I didn't even get to what chat colloquially refers to as the time skip. And we were playing as the Black Lions. We did. We saw him play it. Yeah, and I was doing good with it too, wasn't I? It wasn't the blue deer. No, not the blue deer. Yeah, the black lions. Never finished, but enjoyed it. There's so many games I wish I had the time to play. I feel like I could have so much fun. But I don't have the time to play. Feels bad, man. More common word replacement to emotes? Won't be able to type a sentence soon. Wait, what do you mean? Listen, Jay, you type sure and it comes up with a smug Pepe. That's just how I perceive you in my brain. You look like that smug Pepe. All Game Boy Final Fantasy Legend games, 1, 2, and 3. I'm pretty sure most of chat hasn't. I guess I'll take it. See, there you go. Now it's not so bad, is it? Oh, yes, the smuggest of the J-named catters. I need to return to Three Houses. I really like Three Houses, but God, I will give them credit where credit's due. That game actually has its value because, dear Lord, it is a time sink, and I can tell. Ironically enough, though, what I will say about that is I feel like I could go back to Three Houses because I feel like I still remember everything from it. At least all the like major points. Because it's such a narrative driven game and you have to like be deeply involved in everything that like I don't think I forget it. It's not like some one-off line that I read. It got hammered in over and over and over again and I really had to understand. I never beat any Final Fantasy or Fire Emblem. I love Final Fantasy games. I love them. They're so great. At least, like, the middle entrance in the series. Like, I think, like, probably Final Fantasy 6 through Final Fantasy 10 is, like, peak Final Fantasy. Yeah, I think Final Fantasy 8's maybe the only blemish there, and it's still probably not as bad as most people give it credit for. People just don't like the mechanic with it. Did you ever get around to killing Chaos? No, I didn't. My Vincent Valentine is an unholy monster. Play the Mario and Luigi RPG games? I've never played them either. See, chat? I'm aware. I've never played them. To be fair, for a kid with a very small allowance, I usually lived off of sales, and console games were stupid expensive. So unless it was like a really big release that I really wanted, like for instance, chat, can chat guess what the first Final Fantasy I played was? I've definitely told some of you guys before, but... Well, I guess you could say there's a technicality. My first real exposure to Final Fantasy was when a buddy of mine back in middle school rented Final Fantasy 9. We both like stayed up all night taking turns playing it. Okay? But I did let him play the majority of it because I had never played a Final Fantasy game. He was the one that was like showing it to me. Okay? But the first one I ever bought was 10. And that is why 10 also holds a special spot in my heart. 10 is the one that I have like... 10 is my jam, chat. There is something that no matter how much people will talk about, like, oh my god, like 7 is so good, or oh my god, 9 is so good. I understand they're good games. There is something that like hits me in the feels with 10. 10, not only do I prefer it story-wise, 10 also just straight up is like that dose, that hyper dose of nostalgia. It takes me back. It's the laugh, isn't it? How did you know? I mean, it's more than the laugh. I just laughing will haunt my dreams. Kuja makes me feel funny until I found out it's a dude. What's wrong? 13 is the worst of them. For me, chat, 10 is the best. I think after that, it's probably 7. Then probably 9. And then, admittedly, I know about the story of 6, but I've never played through it completely. And 1 through 5 are I have barely touched. Okay? So I'm going to leave them off the list here. These are just the ones that I've played. Next up is 12. Then 13. Then 15. I'm also going to leave 14 and 11 off because they're MMOs. But that's my order to them as of right now. Like I said, 1 through 6 not on the list, 11 and 14 not on the list. But out of the ones I've played and am intimate with, they're like that. So you didn't like 8. Yeah, 8. I'll say this, 8's over here too. I've barely touched 8. What I did touch of 8, I didn't like. But Quistis can get it. What about 16? Oh, true, I forgot about 16. Sixteen. Story-wise, is the best Final Fantasy since 10. That's not an MMO. Okay? Gameplay-wise, I think it's better than 15. So, like, 16 probably lives, for me, somewhere between, like, 12 and 13. Like, it's around that area, and I'm just not sure of like which one's better or worse because I think they're different. Like 16's tough because it's such a different game than the others. Like, I don't think it's bad, but I don't think it's that good either. Like, to me, you know how like people, dead serious on this, you know how people accuse like Kojima's games of being like they would have been better off as a movie? That's how I feel about 16. Dead serious. Like 16 is like, that was fun to play through once. I don't think I'll ever play it again. Like, it's really cinematic. It's really cool narratively. It's kind of boring gameplay wise. Careful, Final Fantasy and movies have a history. Oh no, I'm aware, right? Like, I'm just saying, like, to me, that's how they are. And don't get me wrong, like, chat, you can absolutely disagree with my list. You can disagree with my order. I think these things are in the eye of the beholder, right? Like, I'm gonna put 10 way higher than most other people. In the same way, like, to me, 15 gets such a low grade because 15 had so much potential. Like, it was supposed to be a darker Final Fantasy. It had the bro squad. It had a hot love interest, and it could have really, really been a super good game, and it's butchered to all hell. Like, I will never, ever give them pause on that, because people have sat there and said, like, oh, well, you have, like, the DLCs. Oh, there's the, like, anime movies for it and stuff. And I'm like, that's cool. Okay, I understand. You're welcome to like it if you want. I have to judge them by the actual product, though, as intended, which is that as released, this game fucking sucks, in my opinion. Okay? Because it just is a nonsensical story. It has so many plot holes. You're sitting there, and at the end of everything, you're like, why did the antagonist bother to do any of this? It's so stupid to me. And it's not that it couldn't have been good. It could have. It's just that story got hacked to pieces over 3 different development staffs and 10 years. So it's like, it had really good potential, and that's why I give it so much crap. Because they ruined the game for me in that regard. I'm so upset that that could have been so much of a better game. But it got changed and 13 got a bad rap. Yeah, it's really funny, because, like, so if you look back, you can see, like, 10 is the last classical Final Fantasy. Agreed, chat? Like, it is the last of the, like, hey, it's just a normal turn-based game with a party and a love interest and an epic story, right? Okay. After that point, you get 12. 12 is, it's absolutely still 10, but they wanted to shake things up and make the combat a little bit more active so that you could move around some. But it was still, whether or not people realized it, turn-based. People hated it. They shat on it. And I actually think 12 is not bad. I've actually, out of all the Final Fantasies, I've played 12 the most. Because it was the one that came out when I was in college. So I had a shit ton of time to play it. So 12 was the one that I played by far the most. And I have learned to respect 12. 12 has story problems, but gameplay-wise, I actually love 12. But people gave it so much crap for its gameplay that they went back and they cooked, and we got 13. And 13 was even worse in every aspect. I cannot fathom how they went from 12 to 13. But it's basically because people criticized 12 so hard, Square Enix dug in and decided, okay, we have to, like, revolutionize, and that's what gave us 13. Everybody wanted them to go back to 10 in terms of style, but Square Enix went to 13. So they made a wrong choice, but the fans are kind of to blame because they refused to accept that any part of 12 was good. And that's really what, like, fucked things up. Because so much of 12 is actually still the old style. It just had different gameplay mechanics to it. And that made them go, all right, let's go even more different. Now, I've played through 13 twice, chat. The first time I played through 13, I thought it was handedly the shittiest Final Fantasy I'd ever played. I was super let down by it, and I set it down for over a year, and I never looked at it. And then, about a year later, I was bored. And I went back and I played through 13 a second time. And I said, this story is still ass. But you know what? The gameplay's not as bad as I thought. I actually learned to enjoy the cadence of it. 13 almost has an MMO like combat system. It's not got a whole lot of depth, but it at least is. It's still got like the bare minimum requirement to be like engaging and fun. Yeah, so it's like at the end of the day, I can say a lot of bad things about 13, but it's okay. And this got proven even further because then we got 15. And 15, oh my god, dude. 15. I don't know how Square Enix keeps doing it. 10 was the last classical Final Fantasy. 12 gave you the Gambit system that allowed you to automate stuff and move around, but it was still a turn-based system. 13 kind of dumbed it down even more and got rid of the ability to move around, really. And then 15 was like, all right, what if you just spam Warp Strike to kill inconsequential enemies and bosses? And then whenever there's a pack of like 2 or more enemies, you just spam your Mega Ultra Giga Flare made up spell that is like stupidly overpowered. And that's it. That's the only moves you do like 99% of the game. Is just those 2. Warp Strike and your like super awesome spell. Literally. Okay? I spent 2 hours fighting the fucking Adamantoise. Oh yeah. I get you. Listen, 10-2 has a worse fight than that. But at the end of the day, 15 fails in almost every single category for me, other than looks. Looks and music are the 2 things that 15 has going for it. Everything else is ass. Story is ass. Characters can be ass because they're not developed. The actual like gameplay is ass. And realistically, it just is a like cobbled together mess. It's like Humpty Dumpty fell off the wall and all the king's men tried to put him back together again, but it's like they were doing a jigsaw puzzle and like they got tired of it, so they just started smashing pieces together and dribbled like Gorilla Glue all over the top of it, then served up this like shitty like cobbled together mess of a like Humpty Dumpty pizza pie. And they served it to you and expected that you were going to accept that that was Humpty Dumpty. Opinion on Wild Arms franchise. I haven't really seen too much of it. I know it's like, it's a JRPG with Wild West format, but that's about all I know. I think they took a lot of cues from Kingdom Hearts on for 15 on the gameplay side. All right, chat, I have controversial takes here again. I don't think Kingdom Hearts is a good game. Like, I get people like the collabs, I get people like the story, but gameplay-wise, nah, I could give 2 shits about gameplay in Kingdom Hearts. I think any game copying Kingdom Hearts gameplay is not smart. Because I think it's like, to me, it's basically just baby's first action game. And I think if you're copying that as a mentality and template for your game, that's really, really bad. Like, it's going to work for something like Kingdom Hearts that is inherently made for kids, right? It's not going to work for a Final Fantasy series. I get, like, you don't need something that's, like, insanely mechanically complex. That's fine. But you can't throw in to a series that has had depth and strategy to it for years mindless action spam. It doesn't work. And guess what, chat? Damn, we didn't learn a damn thing. Because if 13's why you got 15, 15 is why you got 16. And what was Yoshi P's statement was it like JRPGs are a slur and like gamers don't want JRPGs? So like I don't know how to say it. Like you have the Japanese company making a Western style action game, and it, like, regardless of how you guys feel about 16, I'm going to call it a failure because it didn't put Final Fantasy back on the map. In fact, I think it convinced more people to give up on Final Fantasy. And it didn't, like, meet their expectations for what the game should have done, right? Meanwhile, you've got Clair Obscur, and they come out as a French team and make the best JRPG people have seen in a while. When are you going to look at that as a company and feel some shame? I'm sorry, it's the truth. Like, Square Enix needs to pull their head out of their ass. They need to realize what made them famous, what their community actually wants out of them. And I guarantee you, they will bring everybody back in droves if they actually do what they need to do. The director is a huge fan of Final Fantasy X, from what I heard. That's not surprising. Indie company with a passionate team slaps AAA into the ground. I'm going to say this. I don't think that it's not that there's like no passion at Square Enix. I think the issue is that Square Enix, leadership-wise, has the wrong idea. They're all looking in the wrong direction. I think their board is like obsessed with like profitability and NFTs, and their leadership can't go against their board to a degree, but has also just got the wrong idea for what gamers want. They're so out of touch with reality now that they don't understand that JRPG is not a slur, that people actually do want a turn-based game and people love them. The biggest lie I think I've ever seen told in all of gaming is that action is what everybody wants. Everybody wants action games. Nobody wants turn-based. Nobody wants strategic stuff. People are craving it. It's just developers stopped making them. And it's that lie that this is all people want is what has just ultimately like destroyed a lot of AAA gaming, I feel like. Don't get me wrong, action games are great. Okay, I love playing them. But dear God, I hate to say it, chat. I've seen people, and this is always funny, right? I've seen people call the Dark Souls series roll slop. And it's like Omega lol, right? But like at the same time, they're on to something. Not with Dark Souls. Dark Souls is great, okay? But they're on to something in the idea that there is action slop out there. There is just brainless action gameplay where you press X and then you press square and then you press X and then you press square. And people are like, oh my God, it's the best gameplay ever because that guy is doing something cinematic on the screen right now. And I'm like, that's not engaging at all. If I wanted that, chat, let me rest my hand and go watch a fucking movie. I want something that actually does engage me and make me think a little bit. I don't necessarily need it to be like some super complex puzzle, but I want something that actually does engage me on a base level. And if I can just walk into a fight, spam a bunch of shit, and make it through the fight without any real challenge, that is slop to me. That is, okay, that's just stupidly easy, right? I want the laser cinematic? No, that's exactly what I'm talking about. That is the problem. Cinematics do not equal gameplay. Making something cool looking is awesome, but you can literally go watch A movie or some freaking AMV if you want to see something cinematic, chat. You don't need to necessarily have that constitute your gameplay. Baldur's Gate should be evidence that people still want RPGs. Yep. People crave it. Cad wants that Crypt of the Necrodancer fight. Cad wants the Sans fight from from Undertale. No, I don't. I watched Trubs do that fight. It was awful. I felt bad because I remember redeeming the 24-hour stream for him to do that, for him to do the genocide run, and I remember being like, Trubs, it's okay, you can go to bed. It's actually a reactional battle featuring QTEs. No, like, I don't mind the occasional QTE, but if a QTE is all your game is, no, that's still, that's, to me, that's action slop. That is, like, it has its place, but I think expecting the entire, like, gaming industry to head towards that is, like, one of the most, like, smooth-brained, ridgeless takes I've ever seen. And that is, like I said, that's the biggest lie that I've seen in video gaming. I love me my action games, but not everything needs to head that direction. And it's like, again, it's why I feel the way I do about, like, 16. 16 is amazing cinematically. 16 is the least engaging Final Fantasy game you will ever play. And I say that having played 13 all the way through and 15 all the way through. Somehow, they are still more engaging than 16 is. That's not a good thing. What do I think of Metal Gear Rising? As something that is different than normal Metal Gear, I think it's fine. Absolutely fine. About Ninja Gaiden? Chat was just asking me about that earlier. Was the fishing minigames the best I've played? No, the best thing in Final Fantasy 15, and I'm gonna leave you guys with this because it's stream in time. The best thing in Final Fantasy 15 is the Chocobo theme. Don't at me. Okay. Chat, let me see who's on tonight, who all I can give some love to. I'm seeing a Mr. Ceesey. I'm gonna send you guys his way. He is playing some zzz. Go give that man some love. I will be back tomorrow. I have no idea what we'll be doing. I'll come up with something because, like I said, I probably need to record something. So, thank you guys for watching, and thank you guys on the other platforms. I hope you guys had a good experience. Let me know on the Discord or wherever you guys can get in touch with me, maybe on Twitter. I will see you guys for the next one. Go give Mr. Ceesey my love, and good night.